I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health, it's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Interservices Championship 2025. My name is Psycho, and I'm joined for today's events by the wonderful Fezzy for this first matchup. How you doing today?
Oh, great. Bit of a weird one. We're starting with two of my teams, so feeling a bit rough at the moment. But yeah, looking forward to it. We've got the Army first team against the Army second team. Seen this matchup quite a few times now. Are we going to see a change? It's normally Falcons taking the victory. However, Kestrels, they've been scrimming lately, and they're on fire at the moment.
Absolutely, and I've had a great opportunity to sort of see the inner workings of these two teams, especially over the course of the last month or so. And I really believe it can be tight competition between these guys, so it's an exciting matchup. The second seed coming into this group stage in the British Army Esports Falcons versus the fourth seed in the Kestrel. So really, really close competition all around. Across these two, but today's format is a group stage, so 8 teams in the competition for today, 7 matchups for each of them, and then they're going to qualify through to tomorrow's big double elimination top 8 bracket, which is really going to be exciting for everyone live on stage. But yeah, what do you think the sort of scoreline is going to be for this first matchup, do you think?
Oh, it's a hard one. I think because it's so early into the day, none of the teams are going to be fully warmed up. However, I do think Falcons is going to take the victory, but I do think Kestrels will take a game. We're looking at the people like Fraz to take control of Kestrels. We've got old-timers like Jordan that's been competing for the Army for years. We need them to step up today, playing against, obviously, Onza. After Onza's performance yesterday, it's not going to be an easy game.
Yeah, it's going to be especially tough, but I do believe we've got some players lurking around in the lobbies. Getting ready to go on the pitch, but it's going to be a real marathon today, that's for sure. It's going to be about 6 or 7 hours worth of gameplay across all the teams, so it's going to be a case of you just got to knuckle down and try and find that rhythm, find that flow. You don't want to throw all your energy into it straight away necessarily, but an important game to kick us off, Fezzi.
Are we going to see the new strategies from Falcons themselves with a straight, quick kick-off, Wormsley straight on the ball. Onza's one to watch, he can shoot from absolutely anywhere, and you've seen that psycho.
Yeah, Onza is an absolute talent, and he's, well, backed up nicely by his teammates in Wormsley and Gidz, who have polar opposite play styles almost. Onza is sort of that defensive unit on that side. Wormsley and Gidz have just allowed free reign to go crazy. Throw that bit of destruction in with the demos that we've seen from Wormsley and just sort of chase around a bit.
No, exactly. But let's not forget one of the players on Kestrel's, British Army Esports, one of brand new players, Padster. We've seen him at BFPS Pro League. We've seen what he can do. That guy is the most aggressive player, and if you need someone to bag a goal, Padster is your man.
Absolutely, and he's always downfield, just lurking there for redirects, demos, disruptions, the whole shebang, and he's so often in front of the ball to be that sort of playmaker on quite a defensive side, I would say, for the Kestrels, especially when we look at the likes of JDN, who's very much sort of grounded, sort of third-man player, and it really does come into a league of its own in this sort of a roster, I think.
No, 100%. Look at the ranks we've got here. We've got SSL. The lowest rank in here is GC1. The mechs that we've got from both Padster, Jordan, Frazix. Wormsley, one of the most mechanical players in the British Army. Onza, one of the least mechanical players, but we've seen that he doesn't need the mechs. His shooting, his accuracy is on form. His speed is on form. His demos, we're seeing him come out straight away. This is going to be a great matchup.
And it's super even stuff so far, isn't it? It's not really any advantage either direction. We've not seen a convincing shot on target just yet, as JDN is going to launch an attack down that right-hand side as Onza now to air dribble this one central, play that ball low in front of Padster, who, eager as always, is quick to challenge.
That was good 50. Jordan up rapid there. There's no clear dominating team here. You wouldn't be able to tell which was the Army's first team. This is unreal from Kestrels, and I feel like Falcons are playing a bit conserved here. And that's an open net straight up for Fraz, and he doesn't miss the open nets.
Oh, he's certainly not going to miss him. And this is a player that I have not seen much of lately, as unfortunately he couldn't be with us for the BFPS Pro League finals. And I've not seen him much on the pitch recently either, as he sort of returned to this roster, I believe, very recently.
Yeah, no, correct. So Fraz took a break. He's been competing for the British Army for a few years. He decided to take a break. I think he took up Call of Duty, but he's come back. He was missing it. Interservices was in planning. He wanted to play, and luckily enough, like, we could get him into a spot. And Fraz is such a good player. He's always been either first or second team. And hopefully he's not lost any confidence in competing at LAN, and he's doing well so far. I'm really proud of him.
Absolutely, and I remember going back maybe 2-3 years ago when I was first doing the sort of show matches across the UK Armed Forces scene. Frazix was the star player for the Falcons when I was watching that roster all the way back when. And so I know his talents on the pitch. It's just been a while since I've had the pleasure of seeing them, as he's now settling this ball in the corner with zero boost. And I'm so impressed by just how strong defensively Kestrels have been, as another save comes through from Frazix there.
Yeah, I think when you look at the players between Fraz, Padster and Jordan, you've said Jordan, he likes to sit as the third man. They are all three defensive, very defensive players, and sometimes that can be the problem for them because they're defending too hard. They're always under the pressure. However, we're not seeing that right now. They're taking the opportunities. They're pulling Falcons in and leaving that empty space to get the ball there. But we are seeing Sam with a double touch, and he has read it.
Gorgeous little finish from Sam, and the defenders are just left wondering what just happened, as two near misses there. One on the dunk from Padster and one on the attempted squishy save from Frazix. And it's really tight margins as we're one apiece.
Yeah, that was very good from Sam. I don't know if you've seen, but he jumped, he avoided the demo, and it's straight with a kick-off goal. Kick-off strat's not worked for British Army Falcons there. Gidz trying to put it back right, and Jordan read it. And that's it's a good read from Kestrels, because they know Falcons like playing it to the corners. And if Jordan can cheat that and really realise that quick enough, they're going to score the open net every time. And Falcons done it again, straight to the corner, but Gids managed to get this one. That's an unlucky jump from Padster there. Fraz is going to have to bang this. Can Pad take the read? It's Wormsley straight up to Skids, but he's had to back out.
JDN now with enough boost to throw that ball in field. Frazik's up really quickly, but Onza perfectly positioned as always at the back lines to play forwards. He's going to aim for a low 50 here on JDN. Almost squeezes it past him. Gid's going to filter into the play now. Beaten out there on that touch. It could be a shooting chance, but it's just sort of tickled wide.
Yeah, that's unlucky from Kestrels. The counter-attacks are working. It's just getting that last bit. But I think what Falcons are doing well right now is boost arming. They're going to the back corners of Kestrels. They're taking the boost. As soon as they get pads, Kestrels are stuck. They've not got the boost to work with. We can see Fraz on 0 boost there. Pad's got to be conservative. He's made the miss, but Gids isn't going to push that. He's a clever play from Falcons at the moment, and I think that's all it's been at the moment. It's strategy. And I don't think Falcons are going to get a chance to take this back unless he gets the double touch, and he didn't. Onza with a shot. It's good defence from Jordan.
0 to try and keep this ball in the orange half. They desperately want to keep it there in game 1 as Padster is now floating through the skies. It's a free touch now afforded to Wormsley, who needs desperately to find options. Tries to go down the length of the field all by himself, and potentially one final chance. There's the double commit, and he gets at the back to filter forwards. Infield towards Wormsley again, but that ball's going to touch down. Surely not even Onza's keeping that one up.
You know what? Fair play to Kestrels. That was unreal game. The defence from all three of them was on form. The thought to take the counter attack and bring them in, you could see them bringing that third man in and letting them make the mistake. That was well played from Kestrels there.
Brilliantly played, and that is their first game of the day, and it's a really early kickoff today. 9 AM start time, and that is courtesy of a Rocket League season update, which I think is bound to hit about 5 PM, so we're carefully avoiding that one with some accelerated schedules here today. But incredible performance given such little time to really warm up this morning, straight into it, especially from the Kestrels.
I did say Kestrels will take a game.
There it is.
There it is. What Falcons are good at doing, and we've seen this, under the pressure, under a loss, they won't take it so hard. They'll just go into the next game and they'll know what to do now. They'll change it up. And we've seen with progressing Falcons over the past year, this isn't going to stop.
Game 2 then on Champions Field. Frazik's dangerously poising that ball in front of net. It could have been an early chance there for the orange side, but they didn't really want to pounce on it too early. And the Falcons very much taking a reserved approach. That's an own goal from Gids, surely off of the crossbar, and Padster's going to clean it up. And a big mistake early on.
Yeah, what was Falcons doing there? Since the kickoff, it's just been a bit sloppy. Sam with the not getting back quick enough to get that, and Skids with the weird touch. Unlucky from Falcons, but tell you what, don't underestimate Kestrels. They need to lock in, and that's straight away with the aggressive play. Pads to the sideball. Is he going to get the read? He has got the read. That's a beautiful shot from Padster. Very good at doing that. He's mechanical and redirects and pinches, by the way. I'm sure we're going to see that. He is unreal. He's such a solid player, and that was a beautiful goal from Kestrels. And 4 minutes 33 to go, and we're already seeing Falcons 2-0 down. This is a bit of an upset for the Falcons, so let's see if they're going to switch it up.
Yeah, and it could be detrimental to sort of the mental game early on if you're going to have your confidence shattered like this. 2-0 to the Kestrels. The unlikely sort of, well, it's difficult to say, but Team 2 overall in the seeding for the British Army esports teams. At the moment, they are just delivering an electric performance, but Onza, if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile, and he's found a little gap in the midfield to take full advantage of.
Yeah, put him in front of the goal. There's 3 players there, and somehow in his head, he knows that 50 is going to work. The beautiful play from Kieran. We need to keep seeing the aggression. That's it now. But obviously, what we don't want to see is Falcons get too aggressive and become ineffectively boost starved themselves. I think Kestrels will just take advantage. Kestrels are playing very defensive, and it's working. However, we're going to see a difference from Falcons, and there it is. Onza with the shot again.
It's a Gorgeous finish again, and that time I could even hear them. I could hear them downstairs. I don't know if you did. We've got windows closed. We're a story above where the players are playing, and they're in a completely isolated space, pretty much in a conference room. We could hear them yelling from here, so that is a much needed goal for Falcons.
Yeah, that's a boost morale. You've got a player like Wormsley that will bring up the morale of his team, and I'm going to put money on it. That was probably him screaming. And it's a good thing to have. When you sat there and you score and you're not making a big deal of it, it's not giving you that motivation to go forward, the morale. But you have Wormsley on your team. Oh, you're getting a good shout.
Absolutely. He's such a positive guy to play with, I feel. Or at least from my experiences, he's always throwing in the jokes. He's always keeping it light. And he's a great person sort of having your ranks in a team just for the sake of that moral support, I suppose. Zonza's going to tip that ball forwards. Padster quick to react, and Gids up very quickly as well, but that one's pitched all the way back into the corner.
Yeah, weird bounce from there, but Onza's read it perfectly. Straight to the sidewall. Sammy's there. Sammy's up. Sam's bottom right. It's a beautiful. Their chemistry together is unreal. These are two of the players that have probably played the longest together out of anyone in the British Army, and we're seeing it from there. Onza knows Sam's going to be on the right, and Sam's already up for that shot. It's just a matter of putting it in the net. It was beautiful play from the Falcons there, and we see Falcons lead for, I believe, the first time at 3-2.
Absolutely, it was a 2-goal affair for Kestrels, none for the Falcons, and they've gone on to push for a 4th in less than 2.5 minutes. What a response.
I think it's safe to say, British Army Esports Falcons have woke up. I think they've woke up.
They've had their coffee.
They've had their coffee. They've cracked the monsters open. They've had a sit. They've said, right, it's time to lock in.
Settled as we are now for the Falcons. They could be aiming for a 5th very quickly, and the defensive nature of Kestrels cannot withstand the storm at the moment, as it's another miss. Great bump, and Wormsley to slot this one above Frazic. Zero boost to reach a fingertip on that one. And why have 4 when you can make it 5?
That all started with the bump there from Onza opening up the space. Fraz on minimum boost. Even if he got the touch, Skids was on the left, ready to recover it. That was fantastic from British Army Falcons there.
What Danny Boy might refer to as the dark arts in chat. Onza going for a bit of quick chatting. I don't mind seeing it, especially between good friends off of the pitch, but also rivals in competition. It always spices things up a bit, as Onza's now going to throw that ball to the right-hand side, potentially feed that ball in field. Wormsley to follow up quickly, and a great drop there from Padster.
Yeah, I think, in all honesty, I think Padster is playing fantastically at the moment. I believe he's the glue that's holding this team together. I thought it would be Fraz, but I feel like Fraz is having to take a step back, and he's having to really hold that defence together. But Padster is holding this team together, and it's working at the moment, but they need to get the attack on. The defence doesn't work. It's Onza for the shot, and we're seeing it again. We're seeing it again, Owen. If you're defending too much, you're boost-diving yourself, you've not got the time. You might trust your teammates, but you're going to force them double commits, and it's going to leave an open net.
Yeah, we're just seeing at the moment Kestrels, I'm not sure they're used to being down. At the moment, they're kind of just sitting back and relaxing, huddling up inside of their own 6-yard box really at the moment, and it's giving them no opportunity to escape. I really want to see someone like Padster, who we know for that aggression, just to throw himself downfield and see what happens. They need to score 4, and it's such a small amount of time to work with.
No, you're 100% right. There's got to be a switch up. They're being forced into this play style, and it is hard, but again, it's defending so much, you're making them spaces, and you can't let a team like Falcons create that space with you. They're going to shoot every time. It's going to be an open net. It's going to be a hard match if they don't change their style.
And you know what? I don't think I've seen a comeback quite this severe in a long time. If we go back to the first 30 seconds, it was 2 goals to Kestrels, and they took the first game. Falcons have gone on to score 7, which is just ludicrous at this point, and JDN's going to be playing with his food.
Yeah, I think with Falcons taking the... That's an own goal from Fraz. We normally, I'm sure everyone remembers from BFPS Pro League, Padster is the one to score an own goal. However, Fraz took that away from him, and Fraz has pinged it into his net. He's not a happy guy right now. You can see him on cam, head in his hands. Praz, don't worry, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. What he needs is sort of the reassurance touch on the shoulder that you were giving Onza yesterday every time there was a small slip up. Just a little bit of encouragement, like, it's all right, it happens. We'll go next and we'll see what happens. But now it's 9. It's about to be double digits. This is just a bloodbath.
I don't think Falcons was happy with that loss. I think there's been a little team chat between them, and they have locked in and they've come back with a bit of vengeance. If we look at skill, they know they are the better team on paper. I think this match, they've proved it.
Absolutely so. That ball is going to pitch into the corner. It's basically a minute to reset now for the British Army Esports Kestrels, who have been stuck inside of their 6-yard box for the best part of the last 3 minutes. They need to make that adjustment we've been talking about, and Frazix could just be that player to lead a charge as he goes for a demo just in front of the goal mount. Ball ricocheting off to the left-hand side, and plenty of space to work with for Onza, who is so good at timing those challenges right.
Yeah, that was the first time we'd seen Kestrels with any form of attack for the past 3 minutes. But again, Falcons have seen it, they've pushed them back into defence, and they're going to hold them there. Jordan's low boost at the back. He needs to, either if you're low boost, you need to be on the backboard, or you need to stay where you are and stay committed. But unfortunately, he didn't. Padster was also on low boost, and Falcons boost have open net goal. That's how it's working at the moment.
Open net finish, and Falcons are having fun with it. It's 10-2 to the good now. Maybe could be 10-3. Game done and dusted for the British Army Esports Falcons. We said that first game might have been a bit sleepy. The second game, however, completely different picture.
Yeah, I'm really proud of Falcons. It's hard at the moment because they're both my teams. But this is what we train Falcons to do. We've trained them to find the weaknesses and hammer them with the shots. If they're in defence, keep them in defence, keep them low boost. Kestrels, it's unfortunate, however, they are playing well. I think let's not make a decision that game is going to carry on to the next. Kestrels can turn this around. They've got 3 solid players. It's all about keeping that boost and somehow getting the counter attack.
Yeah, it's so difficult, and it could just be one 50-50, one demo at the back to try and open a little bit more space for them. And they're struggling to do so at the moment, quite frankly. There's been a couple of moments where we're pushing it to the left, pushing it to the right in the corners, which I love to see in terms of safety. But you're absolutely right. I think they're losing that boost game so heavily. And every time they throw the ball to those pockets of space, Falcons are just playing with it. They're having fun with it. I want to see maybe a bit more bumps, a bit more disruption. Some player downfield just to escape that defence and see what happens, maybe.
You know yourself, when you've got the boost, whether you're defending or attacking, you have the speed, you have the momentum. When you're stuck on 0 boost, you have to get the wave dashes in there, you have to get the flips in there to get the speed, but the momentum's never going to be carried. And I think that's what we're seeing with Kestrels at the moment. With them losing the boost game, they're just not having the momentum, so they're actually sitting ducks.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you've got 3 solid players that they like sitting ducks, and they're going to get that ball in the net
every single time. And I think one really important player to highlight at the moment is Onza. I don't think it needs to be said how important he is to this team, because you can see it every single time he steps on the field. But importantly, he's able to sustain those attacks really well. And sort of a pitfall that a lot of high-level players end up falling into when they're entering sort of 3v3 competitive is they step really close, they get really aggressive, and they go for the selfish plays. They want all the glory for themselves. They want the double flip resets. They want the musties. They want the cool stuff. Onza, we saw those sort of infield passes to Sam, to Walmsley, to the rest of his team to create opportunities. And I think that's what's so special about him for me.
He's such a player where you can put any player with him, any rank, and he can work around them. If he needs to sit in defence, we've seen in the 1v1s, he's a brick wall. If he needs to attack, he can attack. No matter who you put, he's somehow able to mould himself around that player. And then what have we done? We've gave him skids and we've gave him Walmsley. We've gave him one of the most mechanical players, and we've gave him a player that's got unreal game sense. Put all 3 of them together and we see nearly double-digit scores.
Absolutely, it's a full package, and at the moment we're just having a couple of tech difficulties. I believe it's a controller going wrong for Padster at the moment on the British Army Esports side. Absolutely fine, happens to the best of us, and we're just going to wait for them to sort that issue out. But nonetheless, it's a great response. Went from 2 goals up for the Kestrels to a 9-2 result, or 10-2 at the end, wasn't it? They actually made it double digits in the final seconds, which was ludicrous stuff. And I think coming forwards to this next matchup, we're going to see a change in pace again. We're going to see a tempo switch again, because Kestrels need something, and I think they're going to recognise that now.
I'd love to see that, but what I think Falcons they've figured it out. I feel like they've figured out how Kestrels want to play this game, and they're just going to make them bunch up again, minimum boost, and they're going to take the opportunities when they can. It's working for them. The big passes from, say, Kieran or Sam, there's always a Falcons player on the end, and I don't think Kestrels are quick enough to get the interception from that. It's a hard one. I really want Kestrels to be able to switch up. However, these are quite a new team. Jordan's been playing with the likes of Skids and Rush, but obviously Rush couldn't attend the event, so he's had to be partnered up with Frazix and Padster. So it is quite a new team. However, you've got 3 high-level players there, and they should be able to work together and keep this quite a close game. Unfortunately, that's not what we've just seen in the last one, though. So
yeah, but I think it goes to highlight sort of the depth within the British Army rosters at the moment. And I think even if we go back maybe a year or so, and we sort of had those sort of thoughts of what is the team in the UK Armed Forces community, what is the top dog, and at the moment it is absolutely anyone's game. And I do believe we've got players on the pitch, engines revving, and players good to go. Here we are for game number 3, as JDN is going to loop that one in field, and Padster quick to try and get a bit of aggression early on here.
Yeah, it's completely switched off. We loaded in, and Kestrels are straight on the attack, and this is great to see. Padster with a drop down. JDN's going to try and force that. Oh, he's pushed it over to Fraz. That was intercepted by Wormsley on the backboard. Straight Skids didn't get there in time. That was great defence. Padster's got a little bit of time now. He's top bins, and even Onza couldn't save that. That was gleaming from Padster.
Where has that come from? Like, he had such little space in the net to work with, and he's fired it in the top right off the crossbar. It's a gorgeous finish.
What was we saying about controller? Controller problems? Technical difficulties? Who's picked up his controller? That was a beautiful shot from Padster. He'll be really happy with that. And that's Fraz straight over to Padster. They're looking for the passes now. This is miles better. Wormsley straight to the corner. Jordan's going to try and read it. He's not. He's gone for the backboard. Wormsley with a shot. Jordan's jumped off the backboard too early. That was good play from Wormsley. It's speed from the Falcons. Good read from Onza, straight down to Wormsley. Wormsley with a shot. Jordan needed to be patient there. Fraz was always going to push that first. If he'd just been a little patient on the backboard, he could have jumped at the last minute. That's unfortunate from Kestrels, but great play from Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons are just recognising that open midfield that Kestrels have been seemingly handing away to them quite a lot of the time across these last 2 games, and there they are to exploit the gap once again as that ball ricochets off the corner. Shot comes through from Gids to make it 2, and Falcons, we know they can deliver a quick response, but that's a quick finish as well.
Yeah, that was unlucky from Padster there. He tried getting a little read, and then as he dropped down, he got bumped by Jordan, leaving Fraz in a 2v1. That was very unfortunate from Kestrels, but it happened, so just forget about it. It's 0-0. Lock in, let's go again, keep the aggression. We are seeing Jordan and Padster on the right with no boost. Jordan's down, pick full boost. Backboard, didn't read it. That's leaving a shot from Onza. Onza top. It's the defence. It's being patient. Like you have to take your time, especially for the reads. That was unfortunate from Gids and hard to read with Kestrels. That was a good shot from Onza to get it into the back of the net and put the Falcons 2 goals up.
Yeah, there's quite frankly nothing that third man can do there. All isolated in front of the goal mouth, no momentum on his side, and that ball just launched towards him, plus the demo attempt from Falcons. It's leaving no option for that third man to even have a chance. They have to double up at the moment to keep it solid because, well, Falcons, every time they get an attack, they're not just getting past 1, they're getting past 2 at any given situation. There's another attempt on net, Padster to push that ball to the side.
Yeah, it's, you're 100% right. I think the backboard defence needs to be in question here with Kestrels. They need to speak. They need to put someone on the backboard. Padster's gone for the jump there. Fraz was back push. Jordan's come in, but again, it's just as simple as hitting it to the backboard, letting it come off, taking the shot. Unfortunate from Kestrels.
Stuff, but ultimately it's so difficult to make those sort of minor changes
It
in
is.
situations like this, unless you've sort of got that guiding figure behind you, that coach figure behind you.
That's
Oh,
an own
no!
goal again from Fraz.
Frazix! Oh, buddy, you scored one in the previous game. I didn't think I'd see it again here.
But at least he got it top bins though. You know what? If you're going to score an own goal, get it in top bins. Get that accuracy training in, get it top bins. Oh, unfortunate from Fraz. He'll be kicking himself over that.
Just hope it doesn't knock his confidence too much. He's still got plenty of time left in the series to make that sort of adjustment. On's just going to rifle that one top left, and he is well chuffed about that placement.
And again, it's the duo team again. It's Wormsley to Onza. And if it's not Onza to Wormsley, it's Wormsley to Onza. But no matter who it is, it's always a goal following it.
So layered is this Falcons attack. They're just here to find those little pockets of space and work with it. So often do we see from these top teams those direct attacks, time and time again. You pick up the ball, you aim for the goal straight away, and you try to see what darts stick. But this time around, for Falcons, they're playing with precision and intention. They're making sure they find their players wherever those little gaps are, and it's working for them. 7-1 now.
It's the Brazil. We've got the Brazil out. We've seen it. Kestrel, yeah, they need to just forget about this game. There's still time to get 6 goals. We've seen it happen, and I'm sure you've seen it happen numerous of times. This game cannot be over. But if you're gonna keep playing the same way you're playing, let's forget about it. Go into the next game and change it up.
Frazix, no boost on the backboard, but he is positioned well to make a save here, and he has fell off of the backboard to try and follow forwards that ball in the corner. Done a very good job of protecting that on his lonesome as that ball infield towards Gids is blocked by JDN. Needs to try and follow that ball, but Onza quick to pounce again. Redirect down from Wormsley, almost reminiscent of some old RLCS goals in the past, if you know your stuff from a lot. Going way back when, I think a ceiling shot down. But Wormsley is there to find yet another quick snappy shot.
Yeah, that was good from Gids, and although it looks like a bit of a whiff, I tell you what, I've played with these players a lot, that would have been a fake. Skids is very good at jumping from the ball, calling a fake, and it's just the defenders think he's going for the shot, and it leaves the space open for Wormsley to get the power on the shot. This is fantastic from Falcons. This is what we expected. I think the first game, yeah, they needed to wake up, and I think taking a loss, that woke them up.
Yeah, and they're not going to settle for just one game. This is a group stage format, so goal difference definitely a factor in the grand scheme of things, and it will be as we progress onwards today. And even just taking one goal against these sort of favourites almost in the competition, in the Falcons, in many people's heads, could be really important for their seeding advantage moving forward to tomorrow. So it's important, even that just one game they put on the board. But I know these players personally. I know they're going to take it personally. They want more from this.
Yeah, no, you are 100% right. These are all 6 of them are so competitive. We've got players here that they want to do the best. They are competing at the highest level they can for the British Army, and they're proud of it. And when they do something wrong, oh, they take that serious. They take it personal. They will sit back. They will watch these videos back. They will look at what went wrong, and they will work on it. And I think that's just the adaptation that we've got from each player, and it will create a better team.
It will, and it's definitely a case of, I think Kestrels aren't sure what changes they need to be making at the moment. They're kind of just testing the water with a whole bunch of different strategies. Haven't found the one that's stuck just yet. It's now 10-1 to Falcons, and that is the second double-digit game in terms of the scoreline so far today, and I don't think we're going to get any higher scoring games than this potentially.
Yeah, I think Kestrel's problem at the moment is definitely the defence. They're bunching up too close together. They've not got boost. They're fighting over the pads. They're fighting over big boost. It's a rough time for Kestrels right now, but all they need to do is stay composed. Remember the backboard defence. They're good enough players to do it, just not showing it right now.
More to give, that's for sure. It's JDN now off of the wall to try and carry an air dribble downfield. Great demo from Frazix to open up a little bit of space on the back lines, as now he's fully in control of the play with 100 boosts to push the ball forwards. Padster back in field and Gids with a whiff. That one's going to be a potential shot now. Just a little bit to the side there and might work out.
Yeah, we're going to see at least one more from Kestrel's here. Falcons all bunched up in the defence, but Gids is comfy to get that away. Padster with a flip, he's dropped it down to Fraz. Fraz, oh, that was good defence there from Skids and Bonza in the net. And absolute unreal from Falcons. 10-1, a double-digit game again. Fantastic from both teams. However, Falcons with the just absolute non-stop attack, the non-stop shots on target. Kestrels just don't know what to do.
Absolutely, and if we look at the statistics here, Walmsley with 5 goals and 6 shots, that's a pretty outrageous statistic in its own right in terms of the shooting percentage. Onza with 3 from 5 and Gids with 2 from 4, so it's almost as if every single time Falcons are getting a shot, it's at least a 50% chance it's going in the back of the net. And if I compare that to some of my personal statistics, I'm putting myself to shame, really. I might, you know, whack 10 shots on target a game, but maybe only one of them is going to fall through. Falcons are really, really precise today.
Yeah, like we've said, Onza is, and probably will be for a long time, the star player of Falcons. But Onza, dropping 1,000 points against other GC2s. You're in a high-level lobby, and you're able to drop 1,000 points. Do you know what? I'd be proud of that.
I certainly would be as well. And all issues aside, I think we're good to go for the next game as well. The players seemingly in a relatively state of comfort compared to previous pauses, but I know they're going to be wanting to talk things through yet again, maybe, you know, have a little bit of a car change just to switch up the mindset and the approach slightly, and genuinely that can be all that's required sometimes to make that full reset. And we often see it even at the highest level in pro play. If a player feels uncomfortable, they're just going to try something entirely new so that they're very much focused on that new sort of way of approaching the play, and sometimes that works for people.
I think, personally for me, when I've been in a situation before, if you're losing by a lot of goals, the next game, freestyle, have fun, enjoy the game, because do you know what? You might lose it. However, you changing that play style, they're not going to expect that. You could come out with the win, but the whole important bit is if you take a massive loss and you take it personally now and then you move into the second fixture, it's going to hit you with the next team. So hopefully we see a bit of a style from all 3 of Kestrels. I know Pad will be sat there speaking to him now, telling them what's going wrong, what's needed to be doing now next for the victory. However, if it's a mental state now and Kestrels have let it get to him, I think that might be it. And we do start with Falcons coming straight on top from the kickoff goal, and that's Gids to take them up 1-0.
Such a quick little kickoff goal, and it's just a close cheat that's gone wrong for the Kestrels. And I really hope they don't take that too personally, as, you know, these things happen. Kickoff goals are unavoidable in this game. Sometimes, no matter what you do, you're going to be conceding off the back of it. And they just have to sort of chalk it up and move forward with the right step forward.
Yeah, sometimes kickoffs, it's either luck of the draw or it's strategy. But we've got so many ones players in this lobby. The kickoff strats have to come in play. We're seeing Falcons again. They're holding Kestrels to the backboard. They're holding them with minimum boost. Pad's just gone full boost. Didn't manage to get it. It's left Fraz in there. Fraz has got a really good touch there. Pad's going to have to force the flick. All 3 of Kestrels on low boost. They're both fighting for the boost. Pad's on the backboard. He's jumped off a bit early. That's left the net completely open for Gids. But Gids is going to take a touch straight to the backboard. Wamsley's going to be up. Wamsley with a shot. On's just too far back to recover.
Genius back pass to Wanzer. He's got double touch that he's going to bail away from. That gets into the play, and it's genius work again from Falcons. And it's exactly as you were saying in the previous game. Why take that first time shot when you know you can draw out the defence and rely on those ranks behind you?
100%, and we're seeing it on face cams now. All 3 of them are playing together. That is a team. That's it. That's each individual player bringing their strengths and making it into one team. And what are we seeing? We're seeing double digits against the Army's second team. Unreal from Falcons, and I'm super proud of both teams. But the level of training that Falcons have done to get into this position, to be able to do this against good players, is fantastic. Oh.
Double touch chance, just gone wide, and it's going to be all alone for the final Kestrels defender. He's been chased away. JDM almost demoed on the back lines. just seconds after almost scoring themselves, they were forced right back as Frazik's now to launch the ball downfield. There's actually numbers in the blue to keep this ball forwards now potentially, but still Falcons find that escape route.
I'm hoping they do. Jordan's got a bit awkward there. He's got the touch, which was perfect to Fraz, but straight to Pad. He's on minimum boost again. Gids with a full boost. Jordan's going to have to pre-jump this. Oh, it's Fraz in the net. That's awkward for Fraz. Pad's got to jump. No boost. They're fighting over it again. It's got to be the trust. Do not force the double commits. We've got Fraz jumping over both cars. Jordan's managed to get it out, but he's gone straight to Walmsley. Walmsley with a flick. Pad's got the read. It's crossbar and down. He's got it again. Jordan's double committed. On's straight down.
It's calamity at the moment, and they're just playing leapfrog in front of the goal now. Kestrel's really trying to dive for every single ball they can get their mitts on as Padster for a double touch off the sidewall. That's a bit more of what we like to see from him. It worked earlier on to put an important goal in for their first victory as Walmsley now off of the sidewall, catching the flip reset, getting a little bit cocky with it, and he's going to be punished for it.
Yeah, it's looking very messy for Kestrels at the moment, but it is only 2-0. There's 2 minutes 19 to go. We've got 3 solid players that can and they will get the attacking play and score. It's just we're not seeing it. Falcons are doing an amazing job of holding them back in defence, holding them with minimum boost. We've got Jordan there with full boost. Fraz has got to go back for their boost. Walmsley with a read here. He's going to drop on that mid boost. He's starved in. Jordan straight up to Fraz. Fraz has popped it up. Jordan's there, go for the bump. Oh, Ons has read that perfectly.
As always, he's going to try and get a little tippy touch on it with his underside. Hasn't worked. Gids in a 1v2 situation, but it's a double commit for the challenge. No bump found from the attacking Kestrel side, and Falcons now for a quick retaliation off of the sidewall. Padster just pushing that ball infield. JDN has to back away, and it's a smart decision to keep that ball in their possession long term, but it's still looking dangerous.
Yeah, Walmsley to the backboard. We're going to see another fake. No, Skids has just got the free shot, and he's put it straight to the right of Padster. That was unfortunate positioning from Padster there. Jordan passing it straight to Walmsley. Walmsley to the backboard, and Skids just putting it on target. Padster was dropping down. It was unfortunate, but amazing comms and good play from Falcons.
Sharp precision yet again with these shots towards net. Gids is now going to push this ball forwards, dunked away. There is still a little bit of time left for Kestrels to sort of put their stamp on this series at large. Even if it isn't a victory to come through in this particular game, maybe they can at least get themselves in that headspace of saying, you know what, we did well towards the end, we fought for it. And that really is all you can ask for sometimes when you're suffering defeat. Give it your all.
Yeah, they took a game off Falcons. They came into it. They realised that Falcons wasn't playing to the best ability that they could. They were slow, and Kestrels capitalised on that, and they took the first game, but it woke the Falcons up, and I think that's where it went wrong. Falcons came back and they've absolutely annihilated since. This game has been so much closer. Kestrels have managed to defend so much better. However, I think this is the messiest game we've seen. We've seen the double commits. There's not a lot of trust between the players, and it's forcing that space, and Falcons are taking the opportunity and just hitting it in an open net.
Infield chance as well, but not capitalised on with the shot as the British Army Esports Falcons doing their victory laps in the final 10 seconds. It's a fantastic performance from the favourites from the British Army rosters. Kestrels defeated 3-1 in series. And moving forwards, there are going to be some worried eyes from the other teams in the competition. The likes of the RAF Storm Shadows know that they've got a real threat on their hands, Fezzi.
Yeah, I think after watching that, they're gonna watch the video. They're gonna try and learn a bit about what Falcons were doing there. Because if you can hold Kestrels in the pressure like that, they can hold any other team in this tournament in that same pressure. Unreal from Falcons. Let's not take away credit from Kestrels. They've gone into that. They know Falcons is the favourite to win, and do you know what? They have defended their hearts out.
They played their hearts out, especially in the first game, and even the couple minutes after in game 2. I know we saw them establish that early lead for the 2-goal advantage. And coming into this in the green room, you were thinking, oh, Falcons have got this. And I was thinking, I think they've probably got it as well. But I know Kestrels have that fight in them. And what they have proven to me is that moving forward to the next couple series that they've got for the remainder of the day, they're going to be excelling because they have that skill ceiling, they have that peak to them, and it's just about time that we see it for the full duration of the series. But full props to both sides. We're going to be moving forwards to our round 2 matchup. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the way of the warrior sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the Interservices. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries us forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here. After the Army, they've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. and P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have
again.
a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck down away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since Game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1. Could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I'm known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussy-Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing them. We think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. We're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
the teams. And in particular, the two teams in question right now are the Orcas of yours and indeed the RAF Tempest from the Royal Air Force. How do you see this one going?
I've been watching the guys train over the last couple of days, watching them play some scrims this morning. They're looking good. The teamwork is getting there at, say, 70% of the way to full. They've been scrimming for a team that actually got finalised on Monday. They've gelled very, very well. You've got people at Horizons, Coxey, experienced players, especially in this scene, and then you've got Arcane, the new fresh blood coming in and mixing it up, showing what his aerial can do. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do and see what the Orcas can put forward in this game.
Going straight into the first team as well as Arcane, I mean, that's quite a big step to make for any player, let alone going into the first team at an inter-service level. It's not an easy thing to do. So credit to him, and I think the Orcas had a pretty comfortable sweep against the RAF Shadows in the first game they've played today. So they'll be coming into this with a lot of momentum. On the other side of the stage, the RAF Tempest, Jonesy, Asher, and Prof. Too Easy are coming off the back of a loss to the British Army 13, the Merlins. So it's almost a complete reversal of momentum here. It's all about how both teams deal with it. We are then set to go. As you can see, it is going to be the RAF Tempest against Royal Navy Orcas. Best of 5, day 2 of the Interservice Week, day 1 of the Threes tournament. It's going to be dramatic. Let me take your score predictions.
My score prediction, I'm going to have to be a bit biased. I'm going to say 3-1 Orcas.
3-1 Orcas. You're giving us a game. You've given us a game. I'll take it. I back the Tempest here. I think they're an extremely good side. They had played a dramatic token match against the RAF Shadows yesterday, and they didn't, which was off stream of course, and they didn't take the second spot position from the Shadows. Knowing that, and the fact that you guys have swept the Shadows last game, on paper, it should be an Orcas win. I totally agree with you, but unfortunately Rocket League isn't played on paper, and anything can happen as Asher and Jonesy start off with a nice little double commit.
That is the special thing, especially about inter-services. You've got these players playing at the absolute top of their scene, and you don't know, sometimes people are going to clutch in, sometimes people are going to have a little bit of a mare, and it just makes it that much more exciting. And it's just, I'm ready to see, I want to see some moves that I can bring into my own game and think, I've got to learn how to do that.
So the weird thing about this Tempest side, Jonesy, Prof and Asher, is individually they are all really, really good. I just think at times they struggle to put it together as a unit. In the few moments that they do make that happen, as Jonesy bags a lovely goal, lovely effort there from the right-hand side into the back of the net. When they can put it together, it's an entirely different manner. Like they get moments like this. Is it consistent enough from the Tempest? Is it enough to beat this Orca side, who are fresh out of the water with the likes of Arcane? I don't know. Time will tell. But it's a good start. It's the right start from the RAF Tempest as they look to assert themselves here early on.
It's looking like Tempest have came out, smelled blood straight off the bat. Looks like proper aggressive play. Got the Orcas in the defence a little bit. Coxey going up the backboard, taking it forward. Oh, good little tap from there. Arcane on the defence, always in net. Gets it up high. See what Jonesy, nice little tap to the side. Arcane's moved it all over. Coxey's going to get the little tap, playing it slow. Don't know about that centre in there.
Ooh, dangerous, and it just loomed awkwardly over the Orcas crossbar. But in the end, there's a lovely fake from Arcane as well. Goes over it. I think I was expecting a challenge a little bit early from Asher, and it worked out in Asher's favour. There's the shots, and off the crossbar. Fantastic save. Double save by the Royal Navy defence as they look to now come on the counter-attack. It's Asher who thankfully quells it from an RAF perspective, but it's been a pretty electric start to this series. Again, best of 5 deals us, so it's a long old series to play as Prof goes up and knocks it wide.
See what happens Horizon with the defence here. Like I said, the Orcas have been in their box. I think they're kind of gelling together, trying to deal with the Tempest attack here, figuring out the positioning. It looks like the defence is going all, they're getting the positioning just right. Jonesy getting that up off the bar, Horizon taking it forward, could be a conversion here. Nah, Asher's there to defend.
Coxey knocks it inside, Asher intercepts. Horizons leaves that one for Arcane, comes across, puts it in all good position. There's Horizons, it will be Coxey, and he blows the chance just wide of the mark. I must say, Dylan, based off of last year's performance and meeting Coxey for the first time, I've got a real soft spot for him. I think he's a great guy, a great asset to you guys. Of course, as well as Horizons, excuse me, hello, boys. As well as Horizons, who is a legend in Navy Rocket League. and we also love him in the RF. So it's great to see these two on the same team as Prof has to deal with a very, very awkward ball.
Yeah, you've got Horizon's been around the game for a long time, probably been around the Rocket League Interservice longer than I've been in the Navy. He knows what he's talking about, he's helped me a lot, and it's good to see him back to his full potential. Came off a rough, I wouldn't say rough, it's probably easy, but a long deployment. And it's just good to see him back again. He's just moving house as well, so I've managed to pull him away from his moving house and wife to come play for the team. So it was an argument, but I managed to get him, and I couldn't be more pleased.
When did he return to action then, officially for Royal Navy Rocket League?
I believe he came back about 3 months ago, but he probably only started playing Rocket League about 2-3 weeks ago. He'd been on and off, but he'd only managed to get to a few of the training nights, community nights, just due to the moving house, and he had to move base port and stuff. So this is the first time he's been able to sit down and get some proper game time in, and you can see the rust is settling, it's coming off, and he's ready to go. He's hungry.
Yeah, it's a fine roster, and it's fine representation for the Royal Navy Orcas as well. As a whole, with 2 teams fielded this year, which is an incredible sight. I've said it before off stream, I'll say it again on stream. You guys have done a great job at representing this year, not just representing, but looking to thrive. I mean, with the likes of Arcane, look at that for an aerial dribbles, showing some real talent. He will have an open net to work with here. It is Arcane, it's 2-1, and the Orcas back within 1.
So 1 goal, 1 minute slower, 2 goals, never can be out. You can ask for it. You never know in Rocket League, sometimes you can get 6 goals in 30 seconds, sometimes you get no goals in 3 to 5 minutes. So like I said, I'm not going to put anyone out. I think Tempest could still take a couple more goals. I think Orcas could still take a couple more goals. I think it's going to be an electric 1 minute.
Time will tell if the Orcas can get back into them. Horizons going for a bump, actually gets the bump. Smart play from Horizons. Unfortunately for the Royal Navy there, nobody alive to it, nobody there to put the chance away. It was a great opening created by the Royal Navy star man, I'm going to call him. As Coxie and Arcane go for a double commit. It ends up in their favour with Coxie pinching it downfield, and Jonesy with a nice cut. He will put it inside, and Horizons gets a lovely first touch away to his left-hand side. Asher, nice and fast is Asher. He's one of the quicker players that we actually have in the whole of the RAF, and so mechanical. I'm not sure how he is so mechanical, but it seems to be all he works on, and he's driving. That's an awful double commit. Jonesy will look to take advantage, and he does. And it's unfortunate for the Royal Navy Orcas, because they worked it well, they got back in well, and they just need to talk there, and that won't happen. But hey, first game of best of 5, anything is possible in that kind of environment.
Still so much space. I still think we're going to get another 2 or 3 games at least going either way. I'm looking at the guys' faces, they look like they're a little bit upset by that, like you said. I think it was a lack of communication, and I'm sure they're going to take that into the post-match analysis and think, oh, let's sort this out.
If you look to anybody in that team to take control as an IGL, as Horizons does make it 3-2 again. They're back within 1, and it means that there will be a nervy 9 seconds here for the opposite side of the stage with the RAF Tempest. Jonesy had to try and get a touch, couldn't leave it to Coxie. In the end, it's the second known goal of the game. Well, was it the second known goal of the game? I mean, there was a fair few in that first series with the Army. I think Frazit had a few own goals, but I'm sure he went and pretty mentioned in that one. But it is 3-2 at the moment, and maybe one last charge for the Royal Navy. Coxie knocks it down, and it stays alive. Prof lets it drop, and it is the RAF Tempest taking a 1-0 lead, but potential there for the Royal Navy Orcas.
3-2 finish, very tight. I'd say looking at it from Orcas' point of view, defence needs a little bit of work, a little bit of communication. Tempest really aggressive, proper in the box, proper in the face. I think that's what Orcas maybe haven't seen yet. They're used to it kind of being back and back, where Tempest has been full on throttle. So I'm excited to see how they adapt in this next game.
Should be good. And like I said, if you are to look to anybody in that roster to sort of take on the IGL role and to motivate their players, I'm looking right at Horizon, but also as well Coxie. I think. I mean, I'm hearing some stories from yesterday in the crowd for the 1v1, and it seems like a right character and somebody that is capable of boosting a team's confidence levels. You know, it can, you know, being a mental coach in professional RCS, you learn a lot about how the smallest things can impact players. As Asher goes for that one, Horizons with a good save, and it really is stuff like micro-encouraging each other, like, oh, nice shot, or nice pass, whatever. Stuff like that really matters. It makes small but important impact for team cohesion and team confidence. And I'm looking to the likes of Coxie and Horizons. What is Arcane like as a player, as an individual? Is he an effective communicator? Is he confident? Is he a bit of a withdrawn individual? What would you say?
He's a confident individual. He's quite young. I think he's only 18 or 19, so he's still kind of got. Oh, what a finish there! Even forgot where my conversation was going.
Arcane.
Yeah, so Arcane, he's a young lad. He's only been in the Navy a little bit. He's currently in phase 2 training. so it took us a little bit to get him out to get to the event, but he's smashing it, he's doing well. He does kind of take that kind of quieter role in the team so far, but I don't think that's going to last long. Very confident player, very good in the air, and I just think him, Coxie and Horizons, if they get one, even after this event, more time spent together, they're just going to get better and better and better.
I'll tell you who has got better in this last year is Coxie. I mean, last time out, I think he was one of the sole representatives here at the LAN, because obviously Navy had an online team last year, and you know, with all due respect, like he obviously gave his all, but looking now, Coxie has made a massive improvement. I mean, he's definitely gone away and practiced, and he's looking so much better now. I mean, what a save. I mean, I would say he's probably around, I'm guessing around high champ, maybe. I mean, what is it, right?
Yeah, he's set about mid to high champ at the moment. I think he's pushing up, the whole team are kind of pushing up together. But even in, like you said, even in the last 2 days, this is the first I've probably seen Coxie play due to him being on deployment as well. And it's just like the jump from Monday seeing him in training to now, it's just phenomenal. His defensive play, he's even more confident up in the air, defending in the air, and then Tempest just smashed an absolute screamer in there.
Well, the jump from last year to now for Coxie as well, I mean, I say it again, I'll say it again, because it is remarkable. I mean, this wasn't the Coxie of last year. This is a much improved, much more polished player that the RAF Tempest are having to deal with now. They do find an equalizer, the Tempest. Prof Jonesy and Asher beginning to find their stride a little bit now, looking comfortable, but still wary of the threat that the Royal Navy Orcas provide to them as Asher goes high from the left. Horizons cuts across and gets a nice touch. He will peel away to try and get the boost, leaving Asher stranded with low, but he does take the back left. It's a nice pass into Arcane. Royal Navy beginning to combine a little bit now.
That's the one thing we've been kind of drilling in. They're always, absolute swinged it in. Horizons banging it, top bins. What a finish there. It looks like gets a little tap off the sideboard, passes it down, and then look at that.
Low
precision.
Well.
With a precision shot.
Yeah, really low boost. And it was like the Onza shot yesterday when I think Psycho might recall off the kickoff when he had literally 0 boost off the sideboard. Went for an audacious shot that found the roof of the net. Had he got that wrong, he could have been in all sorts of trouble. But even on low boost, he was comfortable, and that's exactly what Horizons was there. Comfortable and 0, nice shot to find the back of the net. The Orcas retake the lead here in game number 2. So Horizons just squaring up Jonesy, both on low. Prof will come across and take control of the play. Just wide.
But good to see what they're playing it nice and slowly. That's the thing. That's the first I've seen them kind of take their time. It's good. Sometimes good just take that step back, see what tactics you can do, see how they can defend or how can they attack from that position. And then Jones just pinged that in from the corner. What a mental angle! Look at that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mental angle. He turns, he cut the play, and it was well communicated from Jonesy. It had to be, because if it wasn't, there would have been a double commit there, because he was ball side. Instead, he took control of the play. He turned and slots it into the near post. And in football and in Rocket League, you do wonder how can you get beat at your near post. But sometimes in Rocket League, you're not expecting a player or an opposition player to go for a near post shot in certain angles. You're expecting the touch across the face of the goal. So when it does come, you're almost caught off guard, and exactly that can happen. And it is all as we were, level 2-2, 0-0, whatever you want to call it, as we encroach into the final 2 minutes of play as Horizons and Coxie looking to link up again. It's an own goal from Jonesy. It's the second own goal of the game. You can see him laughing it off there in the bottom left. He'll want to forget that one quickly. And the combination of Horizons and Coxie coming across the base of the goal forces the mistake, and the Royal Navy Orcas in the lead again.
Taking the lead, hopefully that gives him that little confidence boost. You can see Coxie's got that big smile on his face. That might help build up the confidence, hopefully. I'm hoping for a bit more aggression from the lads. Tempest have kind of been over them from the start, so hoping they can manage to push that up.
Well, the all-important stat, and I was saying this to some of the shadows yesterday, is the one at the top of the screen. I mean, that's going to loop dangerously into the back of net. Surely, it's Horizons again. It's 4-2, and for the first time in the series, the Navy really taking control of a game. And if they can hold this off, they'll be in really good shape for game 3.
So you know the Tempest well. How do you reckon it's the mental side is now? 2 goals down on minute 25. What do you think they're thinking? What do you think they've gone through their head?
They are also quite a new roster, so I think individually they'll be fine. It's whether the environment as a team remains positive. They can definitely do it. I think they will be fine. They're all quite laughy and jokey individuals, notably Prof and Asher especially. So they'll recover, no doubt. But recovery mentally doesn't mean anything if you can't put it into action and get the goals that are required to lose. You can see Asher so close to him. the Tempest are all so close to each other right now, which is really hindering the opportunity. This one bang from the Orcas will leave them all stranded, just like that. And that was Prof left to defend all on his own against Rises and Arcane, but he manages to do the business.
Oh, Arcane with a little bump there, just put him off. Prof gets the rebounds. Going to take, if I know him, he's going to take us out the wall. Gets that good defense there. Prof going up for that, see what you can do. Bounces it off the wall. Arcane pushing it forward. Jonesy coming in there, squaring it in the middle for Prof. Prof then puts it over. Oh, good defense from Coxie there, straight back in the middle.
Jonesy now will tackle this one. It's Coxie that takes in the loose ball. Left hand side now. Gets limited boost. Lovely video by Coxie. It will be infield towards Horizons, who flew in. And Arcane with a beautiful touch. Inside, Coxie will have a free shot here. Shot on net, and Prof tips it wide. Into the final 8 seconds now. It is going to be an Orcas win. We're all level here, all level now, as Horizons finds goal number 5 for the Orcas. And I must say, big improvement off game 1 for the Orcas. They look very dangerous now.
That's the one thing I've noticed about in training. They'll look at their games and they'll analyse it very quickly, very fast and very well. So I think that's what they've done. They've kind of adapted, overcome all that kind of good stuff they teach you in training. And I'm looking forward to seeing where the next game's going to be. I wouldn't say it's going to go either way. Both teams will look equally devastating as the other. So I think it's going to be still going to be an even. We might even see a game 5 here.
Well, your prediction was 3-1. So if the Tempests are helping you out, then if that's the case, because they took the first game at blistering pace, and game 2 started off in similar fashion, but the Orcas fought back. Horizons leading the charge, bagged a few goals for himself and for the team, and all of a sudden now the tables have turned. Momentum is a key part of Rocket League, and how you manage momentum as a team is massive. If the Orcas can capitalise on it, if they can start this game fast, this could be the edge for the series for the Orcas.
Looks like Horizons playing it off there. Coxie bouncing that forward. Looks like Asher's going to get there first, going to play it. Which don't know if that was meant or not. Horizons going in for the rebound. Asher there, good defense. Arcane popping it in the middle. Prof putting it past. Coxie with the big shot. Going up for it. See what he does. Asher, good day. He's always there for the save, isn't he? Good demo there from Prof. Gives them that 3-on-2 advantage.
Lovely touch off the right side ball. He has been on the form as of late. Was playing in an SSL tournament last night with a certain Lubo, who is a special guest of the event. If you all know that name, as that one looking to sail into the top right, and it was Jonesy pouring the ball out from underneath his own crossbar with really no right to do so. It was a phenomenal save off the back of a really good shot. You can see constant Navy pressure. They are gunning for the opening goal here. Tempest on limited boost, but they're surviving somehow, and Prof finally breaks that dangerous spell for the Orcas.
Pure aggressiveness there, that's what I was saying I wanted to see more of. They wouldn't stop, they could smell the goal. Unfortunately they didn't manage to convert it, but I'm sure they'll take that into consideration and look at the other tactics once they go up for the next.
Prof, limited boost again on his own crossbar. There's a chance again for the Royal Navy. I have never been more confused in my life of what I have just seen, I'll be honest. That looks like just a pure own goal.
To be fair, see at my level, see if I scored an own goal like that, I'd be absolutely buzzing. Because that was a phenomenal. If I'd been in the net, that would have been phenomenal for me anyway.
I'm a bit baffled, to be honest. I mean, that was odd. That was odd. Whether he was trying to play it against his own crossbar to start a counter attack, I'm not sure. But I don't know. Surely that's got to be left for a teammate there. But the Orcas will take that all day long, and it's a free goal for the Orcas, and they once again lead 1-0, and it will feed nicely into the momentum agenda that I'm trying to present here for the Orcas. If they can stay on top of it, it is their series to lose.
An absolute bonus, like I always say to everyone and all my friends, anything that's free, you always accept it, and if that's a goal that puts you up, then you take it. But looking at it, still would say it's a pretty even game. Sometimes mistakes happen. Looks like Coxie's going for defence here. Prof getting it up. Horizons, double backflip. Arcane pushes it, puts it to the left. Looks like Arcane on the attack here. Horizons going up for it, bounces it just the side of the box. Oh, unlucky that pass didn't match there. Good defense from Tempest here, keeping it out of the goal.
Yeah, they are. They're managing to repel more Navy danger, but the pressure is all Navy at the moment. They are rotating the position. They are the ones getting all the boost. You can see the Tempest just left really, really awkward at all times. Jonesy, who tries to break this, but he does so with a nice little double tap, just flashes it across the face of the goal. But nobody there on the Tempest, and that seems to be the theme of play for them right now. They get into positions, but there's nobody there to capitalize on them. I think, and I'm seeing a constant lack of communication from the Tempest. It needs to be better from them on that regard. If they can find the comms, then they'll absolutely find the goals. But for now, for the Orcas, it just needs to be more of the same. I think one goal, honestly, for the Orcas here will kill it, in my opinion.
Like you said, the comms are the key to every game of Rocket League. We've got saying in the Navy, no comms, no bombs. So the comms absolutely, that's everything in this game. That's what gets you your goals, that's what gets you your defense. It's just what you need. And I keep saying the same to the Orcas, and in my head, it's that constant comms. It's trying not to fill the comms with absolute mayhem and just stay calm, collected, and just get the information through that you want to know.
Yeah, tones of voice, by the way, is a massive thing, as Prof didn't have enough boost to convert that one. Asher tries well, and it's just a series of misses from the RF Tempest. They're going close, the pressure is a lot better, but it's not clinical enough. And I think there's a lot of chasing each other. They're almost playing so close together, and there is the first attempt at the pass, and it is a good pass from Asher into Jonesy now. He couldn't get the air dribble. Coxie just punts it into the Tempest defensive third. Jonesy also gets the bump on the horizon. Arcane takes over. Looking for the centre, very scrappy, you know, very double committee from the Tempest. They need to steady themselves as Coxie relieves a lot of pressure there. It was a really good touch to get his team out and able to breathe for what would have been a promising Tempest attack. Inside the last minute now, as Prof with the shot, saved by Horizon.
Great save from Horizon's there. Looks like Arcane's going up, playing off the crossbar. Coxie's going to clear that. Nice to the right. Looks like, is that Arcane pushing up yet? Puts it up. We're going to go 3 around Asher there. Getting to the side Horizons, back, just non-stop attack from the Orcas here. Gets it in the box. Arcane's up for it. Is he going to get the rebound? Oh, he just misses it there.
25 seconds to play here in game number 3. Orcas threatening to take the lead in the series, unless something dramatic happens here in the final 15 seconds. That's Asher who loops it high. Coxie will come across, as does Prop. The centre ball is there. Asher takes over the play. Can he find the central ball? He does. It's bouncing dangerous. Can Jonesy get there? No, he's just a little bit too far out. Just a little bit too late. And it will be Orcas dropping the ball down. Can they find the ground? It's still hanging high. Arcane, couple of touches off the left-hand side, off the right-hand side. Still in the air, and eventually it lands. Eventually it's Orcas now. 2-1 to the good. And with 2 series points, this will be maintaining the Orcas' perfect start if they can pull this off. And what a performance it's been. The difference in that game was that own goal by Asher early on, which still baffles me. Crazy.
Yeah, like I said, hopefully Asher doesn't take that to heart. Mistakes happen, sometimes it can witch Scott. But like I said, it was still a very tight game. Only 1 goal in it, you know what I mean? That still means it can go anywhere. Looks like we're jumping straight in to game 4 here. See what the kick-off can hold. Jonesy, Coxie going for it. Coxie gets propping up. Oh, Horizon's up for that save. He's going to put that to the left.
Are we destined for the game 5? Or will it be a 3-1 sweep, as you predicted, to be fair to you, Dylan? As Coxie looks to put the possession inside the defensive third of the Tempest. There is the pass. There is the shot. It's just wide. Clips the post. Horizon's on the rebound. Went for a double tap. It was an intelligent first touch, but he couldn't follow it up. And again, the start, the pressure, all from the Orcas.
So it's like, yeah, Orcas have, like I said, they've got the attack, they've got the aggression. Hopefully they heard what I said in the first game. You've got to keep up that attack. Looks like Coxie's been a bit of, he's been in the, oh, he's been really good in defence as he gets demoed from behind there. But he's been an absolute wall at the back, which is good to see. Oh, unlucky there, I think that's Arcane just placed that in by mistake.
Really nice shot though from Asher, that's more like it from him. Clinical, and this is what he is capable of. He's a player that can create magic at times from seemingly nowhere. But the goal for the Tempest this time, similar vein to games 1 and 2. We know how the first one turned out, we know how the next 2 turned out, though more importantly, the Orcas' powers of recovery tested, but also they've answered that question. So they'll know here, they're not going to be in a state of panic, they're not going to be panicking at all. They'll be playing a series out the rest of this game, knowing full well they could bring it back. With some good pressure, with some good communication, something that I think the Tempest struggled with more.
Like we saw in the last game, both teams can go the distance for that defence for the full game. Only 1 goal in the last game. There could only be 1 goal in this game. Both teams been there to defend, both teams been there to attack, but not just finish it. It's been such a good game to watch. I've enjoyed every minute of it. Both teams playing their absolute hearts out, and it's what this tournament's all about. It's about seeing these lads come away from their daily working routine and just have a blast, have fun, have a bit of banter, and just play some Rocket League.
It's exactly what the Interservice Championships are, a yearly thing. Born last year, of course, played at the same venue. And this year, it went to a full-on season of online qualifiers to determine the top 8 teams that would make it to the LAN. That's why we're here. We're all having a great time. It's been a phenomenal couple of days so far. Some of us have been here since Friday as well, setting everything up. It's been, from that perspective, you know, managing, it's been awesome to see it all come together and everything is working. And we've got to shout out, of course, BFBS, who've been in the background working relentlessly alongside us to make sure this runs as smoothly as it can be. We would not be here without them, let alone, you know, the production stuff that Jonah's doing and Psycho doing a million other things as well. It's a joy to have them as part of it. And I am very grateful, I think we all are, for the partnership that we've struck up with this fantastic company. We hope they stick with us for the long term. That's what they do, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said in my interview yesterday, BFPS, you ever see the #1 supporter cards in the shop? That's what they are.
Yeah,
if I had one of them right now, I'd hand it to them right this second, because that's what they are. They're making everything possible. Not with the hard work of obviously yourself, Stel. You're the face of Interservices. The handsome face I'd add as well. And it's just the work you've put in has been absolutely fantastic. And it's just the culmination of everything coming together. Oh, there's Tempest with the second goal there. Jonesy, that's a comfortable lead they've got now, 2 minutes 15. Look at that.
It's an improvement, isn't it? It's much improved.
I think they've took from what happened last game, look, see how can we break the Orcus defence, how can we get through, and by the looks of it, 2 goals, I think they've done exactly that.
Yeah, they're smiling a little bit more now. You can see there's a bit less double committing going on. Maybe we are destined for a game 5 here early on in the round robin. Games and results playing, of course, at the same time as the games that are playing on stage. So we'll hope to have a little assessment of the table as it stands after the next break, of course, and we can give you a rundown of what's going on. As the other teams fight for the right to have a good seat going into the double elim tomorrow, and that double elim is set up perfectly.
Today's going to be an absolute crazy day, and I think tomorrow's going to be even crazier. I think there's going to be everyone's going to give their B game at least today. I think tomorrow that A game's going to be turned on. Everyone's going to be playing that little bit harder, training that little, grinding that little bit more, and I just think we're seeing absolutely phenomenal plays today, and I think that'll just be tenfold tomorrow because everyone wants that trophy. Everyone wants the right to call themselves the best team in the armed forces, and I think that's exactly what these players will be thinking right now.
That's what it's all about. The trophy is on the table. The 1 versus 1 won by the Royal Air Force and NV, of course, yesterday, bringing that one home. Who will take the 3 versus 3? Royal Navy Orcas, strong side. Storm Shadows, strong side. And the Falcons, of course, how can we forget them? Absolutely strong. They have been strong all year. And a little bit of a sneak peek behind the scenes for anybody who was watching that may already not know, as Horizon meeting that past one that couldn't get the shot, is that the Falcons have had the better of the Storm Shadows, and indeed everybody else in the services over this last year. If we're going on raw games won against each other, not including scrims, though in scrims as well the majority has been won by Falcons. The most recent scrim though did go the way of the Storm Shadows, but there was other factors at play, shall we say, with that one. So it's set up perfectly for a grandstand finish tomorrow, but it's not just those 2 teams playing it, right? It's who says that the RF Storm Shadows won't get upset by another team? Who says that the Orcas won't get upset by the Tempest, for example? Who says the Falcons won't lose to the Kestrels? Double elim, the beauty of it is anything is possible.
It's just like you said, there's eight teams all here fighting for it, and there's not one team I'd count out and be like, oh, that was unlucky there. There was not one team that I'd count out thinking that they're guaranteed winner or they're guaranteed loser. Every team's going to play it, and that's the game finished in the way of the RAF Tempest. 2-0, 2-2 in the best of 5. It looks like we're going to a game 5. Both teams are going to be getting ready for this. I think it's going to be a good one.
I like it a lot. I like the fact that we've gone to a game 5 this early in the day, and I'm sure you'll see that the beauty of tomorrow as well. I mean, judging based off of the atmosphere in the room for the 1 versus 1 grand final between Army and RAF. I mean, whatever services are going to be playing in that grand final, the atmosphere tomorrow should be electric. And as teams starts to get knocked out and the stage starts to fill and the spectator seats get full, we've got students from the college here on the campus here also coming to watch as well. We've got the Royal British Legion coming down. It's going to be a ruckus in that stage area. And I, for one, no matter what teams are playing in it, I'm looking forward to it, because it is the epitome of what we're trying to accomplish here at the Interservices. So, and again, plenty of rivalry, plenty of friendly rivalry, plenty of banter being thrown around. As we take a look at a little bit of the group graphic, just why not? We'll give you a little teaser of what we're going to show you a little bit later on.
That's the beauty about the game as well. Everyone here, we're all armed forces, we're all friends, we get on with everyone, so the banter can be there. some friendly banter, sometimes it's not so friendly banter, but at the end it's always banter, and that's what everyone is here for, that's what everyone loves. And it just makes the atmosphere so much better, because you've got people, so Coxie, Prof nearly got the rebound there, you've got people just, it's just side the post, loving every minute of it, and there's people who have never been here before this, but this is probably a lot of people's first time playing in this kind of environment, and for them it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Like myself, it's the first time I've been in an event and participating in it, and I've had a great time already, and I've only been here 4 days.
Well, I mean, a duo of Tempest players there, Jonesy and Prof, are brand new to the Rocket League scene in general. They haven't been in this team rather long, haven't played any LANs at all, so this is a first for them. I mean, I know Horizons has got LAN experience, Coxie has as well, but for Arcane it's brand new, and for a lot of other Army players and RF players as well, it's a new thing. And I can tell you from playing in the in Germany for the RF as well at times, it's a different ball game than playing on stage entirely when there's pressure. But the buzz is like nothing I've ever experienced. I mean, the only thing I can compare it to is coaching professionally in RLCS and making main events and playing under and coaching under ridiculous pressure. It really does mirror that. The level doesn't matter. It's the same kind of intensity. It's the same kind of experience. And as you can see in a game 5 like this, suddenly it's gotten awfully tentative between these two sides, and a lot more like a chess match now, as we saw yesterday between Onza and Envy. That's what pressure can do to you.
Like I said, looks like Coxie's got up for that there, or good save from Prof there. And like I said, that's all these players probably grew up dreaming of moments like this, and then now that they've joined, they probably never thought joining the armed forces that this would be a possibility.
Yeah.
And now here they are, and they're just like, wow, this is amazing. It's stuff they dreamed of. But I know I dreamed I was being a professional COD player when I was a kid, and then I realised I was pretty washed, so I moved up to Rocket League. But like I say, everyone has their little dreams, and it's just making that a possibility is just absolutely phenomenal. And it's exactly like you said, it's what we aim to do here.
Agreed. And Rocket League for the RF has given me the opportunity to do so many things. Literally travel around Europe, the UK on various events. Jonesy gets the all-important first goal in the game 5. First blood to the RF Tempest. And if they can continue on now, that could be a killing goal. However, we've seen the powers of recovery from the Orcas. They've been tested. They are press proven, as we say in football. It's all about doing it now in the game 5 when it matters the most. Prof will take this one high over to the right-hand side. Nice second touch, and you can see them now looking a lot more comfortable, looking up with each other as the Orcas look to counter-attack.
Yeah, it looks like they've managed to lock in that communication. They're just, that's the second game they've took the lead, and it's just a little, Tempest are looking strong. I think they could get a couple more. I think Orcas could also get a couple more. Like I said, anyone's game, that's the beauty. Game 5, like you said, that pressure, anything can happen in game 5.
Is still in the half. A double demo, almost a triple demo from Asher there. Really aggressive now, and that's something he does really well, as he finds demos on rotation and causes this exact scenario as Asher rises. Coxie does as well, and it's a fantastic save from the Navy man. That was a certain goal. Jonesy challenge break for Asher again. The cut was good, but the shot just didn't land.
Like I say, Coxie there, the Edwin van der Sar diving left and right without any regard for his own safety. You know what I mean? He's been an absolute wall at the back, and I can't wait to go give him some big BZs, because what a phenomenal defensive prowess he's had in this series.
Has been good. Jonesy also performing well in this game. Knocks that one high for Prof. And the biggest improvement I can say for the Tempest is that they look like they're finding each other now on the pitch, and they look like they are making chances for each other and passing. That is the biggest difference for them. But the Navy, even in this last minute, will know they can apply pressure and force mistakes. There's one. There's a dangerous chance. Horizons loops it high. Can he get the second chance? Can he pass? Not quite. Jonesy doing enough to bring the ball away.
Yeah, look very aggressive from Orcas there. That's what we're looking, but like I said, Tempest are right back at it, not stopping. You've got Horizons going, Coxie going for this, Prof's going up, takes it off the wall. But Coxie bounces that back. Arcane is going to take this up the wall. He's going to play it middle. Look at that. Gets it top right. Coxie, or good defense there. Bounces coming down the corner. Good from Asher. Getting out of the way, getting out of the danger zone.
20 seconds to play. Prof, bit of an awkward touch back towards the net. Jonesy has to get there, doesn't, chooses to wait. And in the end, it was a good decision. Finds Asher on the right-hand side, who will now look to run the clock down. Inside the deep portion of the Orcas side, and it's bouncing dangerously again in the Tempest half. How has it got there? Will it be a chance? Will it be one final sting in the tail for the Orcas? It's Horizons, it's Prof, it's down. It's the Tempest who take their first win of the day. The Orcas suffer their first defeat of the day. Great game all round though from both teams. And you can see there the sportsmanship already. They're going to shake each other's hands. Incredible stuff from the Orcas, incredible from the Tempest, and a real improvement across the series from both sides, I thought. But, well, I backed the Tempest, you backed the Orcas. In the end, it was the Tempest that came through. It can happen, but I don't think we've seen the last of that matchup, if I'm honest. I would like to see that game again. If it happens in double elim, I really don't know which way it's going to go. Which version of Tempest turn up? Is it the own goalie Tempest, or is it the Tempest that are finding each other? Which Orcas version turns up? Is it the Orcas that are playing with confidence and momentum? Hard to tell.
Looking at the last two games, the Tempest, if they play like that, I don't think there's many teams that are going to be able to stop them. Communication, they got together, they started defending well, attacking well, getting back from forward to back very quickly. I think it was absolutely fantastic, and I look forward to good game from both teams. I look forward to see what's in the next round.
Yeah, they found each other excellently across that, especially in the last portion of that series, because it started off pretty rough. There was some goals going in, there was double commits, so they felt very close together. But something changed. Whether it was communication between them and they sat down in between the game and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. There was a tangible difference, at least for me, seeing the suddenly less double commits and passing to each other, and it created chances and it created openings for them to work with, and suddenly the Orcas were penned back a little bit more than they were in the opening sort of few games of the series. For the Orcas, there was a lot of positives there. There's a lot of positives for them to take from that series. They must ensure they don't get their heads down, especially in a round-robin format. Remember, no one's going home today. There's nobody being knocked out. This is purely for seeding. They're 1-1. I think, as are, to be fair, the RAF Tempest. It's all about now that next series. How do you start that next series? Use your momentum or recover from the defeat for either of those two sides. Depends who you're playing, of course, as well.
And that's the thing as well with this tournament. You don't get a very big gap between games. You don't get a chance to go for a walk of that. Straight into the next one, straight back to that pressure, straight back to that trying to win. And I think we'll look to see how both teams do in the next round. I think both teams looked phenomenal there. It was a really good series to watch. All 6 players looked fantastic. I wish I could play like any of them.
Cool. I mean, I think that's a great time to, as good as any, to bring it into a short break before we, as we set up the next series. So stay tuned for it. It's going to be a cracker, and we'll see you all very, very shortly. Take care.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Interservices Championships 2025. My name is Psycho, joined with me, the wonderful Fezzi. We are now in round 3 of the competition, and we've just seen an electric matchup that went really down to the wire between the Royal Navy Yorkers. Unlikely underdogs, I think, in that matchup, and the Tempest, who put in a valiant effort. Really nail-biting stuff.
No, it was good effort. It was fun to watch. There was a few people in the crowd who supporting a lot of RAF there supporting Tempest in there. Yeah, I think Asher did very well to hold his team together and get the victory. Unlucky for Horizons. Horizons the strongest player for them. Had a bit of time out of the game due to deployment, but again, like he should be very proud. They did exceptionally well.
Absolutely, they came out swinging, and they're going to be a threat not just to sort of the bottom end of the pack, but the mid pack as well, I believe, for the rest of the matches to come. They did look incredibly strong. But moving forward to this matchup we got for you, it is, of course, the Royal Navy Hammerheads, who we're seeing the first of, and 3 pretty unfamiliar faces to a lot of people coming into this match. Juicy Coy, Newton Bomb, and Jonah. Not the Jonah doing production, it's a different Jonah this time around, but I'm really excited to see how they perform.
Yeah, this Jonah's the real Jonah. We've got like the Timu version sat next to us. Yeah, it is what it is. No, this could be a good matchup. However, obviously, like you've mentioned, the 3 new players coming in, we've not really seen much of them. So I'm excited to see what they can do individually and as a team. However, the favourites here is the RAF Shadows. We've seen them play numerous amount of times. They've got a strong team relationship. And let's not forget, they are a very good team. And they've got a good coach. So it could be an upset for Hammerheads. However, there's been an upset today. Is there going to be more?
I'm sure there will be, but we're just going to have a quick look at the standings so far after round 3. It's been an interesting affair. On your left, 1 through 8 is the original seeding. From coming into today, and they don't represent the current standings, but the wins, losses and game diffs certainly do. And of course, we have Royal Air Force Storm Shadows leading the charge with a +6 game difference. Nothing to be scoffed at there. Falcons with +5, only conceding that 1 game in the Army Derby to the British Army Esports Kestrels, who are sat with 1 win and 1 loss to their name. But I don't think there's been too many surprises so far.
I think personally for me, the Merlins, British Army Esports Merlins, the 3rd team, they've been thrown together a varied amount of ranks. However, they have done exceptional. I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of RAF Tempest, but I think that top 2 slots, Falcons and Storm Shadows, I think that's where the difference is going to be made. When we see them play, I think it's all to be played for with them.
Absolutely so, but with round 3 fast approaching, I think there's going to be sort of some storylines emerging after this round. When you hit the mid-stage of a group stage, especially for a day as long as this, I think that's where you really start to see the true nature of teams unfold. And I think at the moment, the sort of outside chance is definitely looking at the Kestrels for me for that performance earlier in their game 1. But also, not just the RAF Storm Shadows are the ones to be scared about from the RAF, but also the RAF Tempest, I think, absolutely have mechanics in abundance and can really deliver. But in terms of this matchup we've got for you, the Royal Navy Hammerheads and the Shadows, I think it's going to be quite favouring the Shadows, if I'm completely honest with you. They are the favourites coming into this matchup, just based off of the rank situation alone. I think there's quite a disparity in this one, but Hammerheads are going to be giving it their all.
I think we've all been in a situation where we've played another team that is of a lower rank. Sometimes it doesn't work in your favour. Sometimes you're expecting another player of your level to be jumping for the ball or playing a little bit more patient. You get a GC against a diamond, that diamond's chasing, and that puts you off. If you're going for boost, that diamond's got it already. So in effect, this could work out for the Hammerheads. However, I don't think it's going to be. I'm going to be a little bit biased. I'm going to say RAF Shadows have got this. I've personally played against Shadows. They're a strong team. They're not one to be messed with. They are a team to be feared. It's just whether they can work as a team today.
Absolutely.
And focus on just not being flashy, get the ball in there, get the goals, get the wins, move on to the next.
Yeah, and I think for this RF Shadows side, there isn't necessarily any one player that screams out at me as being sort of the top dog, the person on a pedestal that you're going to expect to deliver sort of an MVP performance. I think it is quite a well-rounded team effort when they play, and you know, it's sort of chopping and changing who is really the star. And I think one of the players on that roster, DeRomus, you would have seen in the commentary booth yesterday, he's going to be taken to the field today, and as is the case with a lot of the talent we've had, and we've had the pleasure of having on the stream, and will do, of course, the course of this week's competitions as well.
No, 100%. I was just trying to think then of a star player for Shadows, but it is one of them teams where there isn't a star player. It may be in a certain game, but in a series, I don't think you'd be able to pick one. We may see a difference today, but Shadows have always been such a strong team that there's never been someone that shines. But Hammerheads, I personally don't know the players that well, and it's just another good opportunity for. This is why we do Interservices. We've now got 3 players that have come to Interservices. They're going to see what it's about. They're going to compete as well. And then hopefully next year they come back and guess what? Might be GCs, might be SSLs.
Oh, yeah.
You don't know.
And
that's
just
the beauty.
the nature of it, is how it happens. I mean, if I recall, you know, going back 2-3 years ago when I was first doing my sort of show match casting on the RAF Storm Shadows channel, I remember some of the names competing today all the way back 2-3 years ago, and they were nowhere near the level they are today, especially when I look at the likes of Steve, for example, going back 2-3 years. I remember he's a lot weaker player than he's going to be showing today, that's for sure. Veteran player for this RF side, but also another important mention, I suppose, for the RF Shadows, LW, Logan. He took to the 1v1 field just yesterday, managed to come out with a really strong performance against Onza, who is literally the king of 1v1 across the UK Armed Forces. Apart from yesterday, Envy showed otherwise, but Onza really is that guy, and Logan really took it to him. So he's a player to watch out for individually. He knows how to take control of situations, take control of games, just based off of his sort of really, really slow pacing. He tempers himself when he gets to the field.
No, 100%. Going back to Logan in the 1v1s, absolutely incredible. The composure that he's got, he's calm, he's collected, he takes time in thinking of what to do. However, put that into a freeze game. Can you one's mentality help you out? Well, sometimes. You're in a 1v1, happy days, Logan's your man. However, can he rotate in freeze? Can he keep up with his team? He's not a selfish player, so the passes will be there, and that's what we expect to see from him today. He is going to glue the team together. I think Daramas is very communicated, so I think he's going to be the voice of the Shadows when it's down to comms. I'm very excited for this game. I do believe Shadows is going to take it. You never know. There's upsets left and right. So
it really is.
It's down to Shadows.
Shadows as well. They don't actually have a game on the board just yet. They're going -6 in terms of the game difference, which was a heavy, heavy blow for them. And I know that they're very much confidence-driven. They like to be, you know, just having some sort of reassurance to get themselves going and really sort of, you know, give them a bit of elation. DeRomus, like you said, very verbal as a team player, a great teammate to play with. And so we're going to have to look how that goes. But I believe there's a couple of tech issues, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no. Players are ready to go, it seems. They've been waiting around, so we're going to get them on the field and see what happens. Here we are then, the RAF Shadows themselves versus the Royal Navy Hammerheads. It's going to be a nail-biter for the Shadows, who are yet to put their first game on the board. But as they take to Champions Field, they're going to look to make a difference there.
Right, let's see this. Let's see the play style. We've got Greyman going to the back right. Or will he cheat? No, Kurt's gone for the ball. Logan straight with the ball. He's popped it up straight to the backboard. Oh, he's going to be pre-jumped by Newton there. That was a beautiful 50. Greyman's popping it up. Kurt going for the demos. Love to see that from the Shadow. Logan with the shot. Unfortunately, it was just too high. Greyman passing it back straight away. Oh, these are coming out so aggressively. Kurt's got a little bit of time. He pops it up. Shoot all three of them. All three of them sat in the sat in the net. They need to split out just a little bit, but so far so good from Shadows.
Absolutely so, and Greyman's going to have a look at net here. It's a little bit clumsy from Newton Bomb. He's getting bumped at the back lines by the Greyman. Locked in that Rule 2. You better call it that. Rule 1's keeping the ball up at 0. I won't hear it any other way, as Juicy's going to nick that ball in field, and a lot of space to work with. And Hammerheads, I must say, have been so controlling so far.
Yeah, and somehow we've gone from a 3v3 tournament to a 2v2. And I will say it with the Rule 1. Juicy forcing the 50 there. LW is there. That's a good pop from the real Jonah. That's Logan. Dropped it down. Jonah's there. But Logan's defense is absolute brilliant. Kurt's going to push this into the corner. Juicy's 0 boost. Kurt's got loads. That's a good 50 into the corner. That might be a push from both of them. That's leaving an open net. Kurt's no boost. LW's going to have to take his time here. Get a touch. Jonah's popping it down, it's straight to Juicy, and I believe the other two players are still in the Rule 1. This is great to see.
Oh, you love a bit of sportsmanship on the field, and it's locking away the veteran in Steve the Deal. He's on the wrong side of the pitch as well. You'd want to be the defender, Newton Bomb, in this situation, just in case a ball is slow rolled towards your net. Maybe you've got a chance of saving it. I mean, I shouldn't really be saying that, because people can be quite frustrated.
I'd rather be the grey man just sat there chilling, watching the game go on, to be honest. That Kurt with a shot, and that was just unfortunate from the real Jonah there.
Yeah, he's cheated up very heavily to give chase there, and decided to opt against reading that touch off the wall and potentially making a little bit of a mistake. But it has been very, very convincing from Hammerheads in terms of how they've settled the pace, taken control of the game. RAF Shadows haven't been allowed space on the field, and if we look towards the likes of the Kestrels earlier today potentially, they were really struggling, hunkered up at the back, fighting over every scrap of boost on the field. It's opened up for Hammerheads, but they have conceded another hit.
It just shows how the similar strategies can work, and it didn't work for Kestrels, and it's not working for Hammerheads. This is unfortunate, however, the RAF Shadows are playing this fantastically, and it's great to see that we've gone back to a 3v3 and we don't have to commentate on the 2v2. But that's Greyman with a shot. That's unfortunate. Jonah's going to take the full boost. Ooh, that was a bit of a double commit there from Juicy. LW's got a bit of time. He's going to wait for the Greyman to tap it down. LW's going to play. He's going to play second man Kurt with the save. Jonah's got limited boost. He's going to have to rotate all the way back. Both Juicy's rotating back as well. That's just, LW's got a bit of time now. It's 1v1.
Juicy in the corner now. He's going to get harassed by Kurt with a quick challenge here, and Newton Bomb just bashes that ball forwards, but blocked away by his own teammate, I believe, there. But it's not looking too dangerous at the moment. Newton Bomb home and safe, but is he going to be able to reach up for this one? A great save off of the crossbar, and Juicy's there to fill in, but Greyman's pace certainly not greying anytime soon.
No, that's good. That's good play from Shadows. Kurt straight to the backboard. Greyman read it, and LW just sat there just in case. That's beautiful positioning from RF Shadows there. It's just Hammerheads again. They're just being a little bit too slow in the defence. They're being quite patient, and you can't be slow against a Greyman or LW. You just can't do it. But that's Newton on the ball. He's got 0 boost. Greyman's got 0 boost. Who's going to boost stab him on the left there? Juicy's hitting it straight up. LW's going to bang this straight to the corner. He's not. He took a soft touch. That's beautiful play. LW with the demo on Juicy's got the double demo. That's an open net. He's hit the crossbar and down. Kurt's going to try and backflip into that. Juicy with a clear. That's unreal.
How on earth have they gotten away with that? Royal Navy Hammerheads have kept this scoreline very low indeed, and Jonah's going to look to throw that ball forward, the real one of course. And Kurt coming forwards now for a nice soft touch, tries to throw this in front of the goal mouth. Newton Bomb there to get rid of the ball here, and he's got control to filter forwards as well.
Yeah, I think Shadow's going to be asking himself after a double demo that should be going in the net. It's just unfortunate, sometimes it hits the crossbar and goes straight in, sometimes it doesn't. Shadow should have been 4-0 up. However, Juicy's on the ball. That's LW straight to the backboard. Is he going to get the double touch? He's missed it. The grey man's there. He's just covering his third man. Kurt's going into the back. He's rotating back post, and it's straight popped up by Newton. That's unfortunate from Kurt. He'd gone too far forward and no one on the backboard.
Greyman just with nowhere to release that ball to. No safety in the corner. Newton Bomb says no. Brilliant positioning downfield to even put yourself in contention of putting that ball towards net.
No, 100%. That's 3-1 with 44 seconds to go. Can we see another 2 from the Hammerheads here? Kurt to the backboard. They're staying very aggressive, which is good to see. Juicy's on the clear. Newton is going to take control of the ball. Full boost. LW's pushing up. Greyman's now hitting it round. Kurt's rotating down through the middle. That's true. Nice little redirect from LW. Unfortunately, it wasn't in. Greyman popping it off the back. Oh, LW's going to have to take his time here. He's got Newton pushing up on the right. He's going to pop it up. Juicy's going for the back boost. That's Jonah in net. It's straight over the back line. Kurt with a shot. And that's 4-1. That's well played from LW there, being patient and watching Juicy. He knows he's not got any boost. That's an unlucky touch from Juicy, but Kurt was there to finish it, to make it 4-1 for that REF Shadows.
Great performance from the Shadows to establish a bit of comfort in game 1, and they desperately needed it after the previous 2 fixtures. Very, very difficult matchups they were, but Hammerheads put up a fight in game 1 as well. LW really sort of being that grounding player, I believe, for this roster, but also just Kurt's pace, the raw pace of this man.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
LW, we've seen it 1v1s. He's a clinical player. He's obviously got the skills to get far in 1v1s, and applying that into threes, everyone's expecting him to bang it, but he's taking the touch, he's watching the player in front, and then it's clearly working for him. Kurt's such an aggressive player. As soon as it goes over that backboard or it goes over the goal line, Kurt is there to finish it. And the Grey Man, exceptional playing.
Absolutely, and for those who don't know, RAF Shadows are existing as a 4-man roster, and that is one of the rare dynamics we have in this competition. Kurt and Doromus very much are going to be happy to swap around if needs be, but at the moment Kurt's putting a fantastic performance game 1, and full credit to him as we do enter game number 2. Kickoff is going to be an all-important factor here, as ever has been through tonight. So Bears, that one's towards target actually from LW, and it's going to ricochet off the post. Easy pickings for a follow-up. 1 goal in 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think Shadows have made the right decision here. Like, Daramas is a very good player. However, if the team is working, leave it. If it is not broke, don't fix it. Greyman, LW, Kurt are putting on a great performance. Hammerheads, they will get back into this, I have no doubt. That's Jonah on the backboard, just couldn't get it over to Juicy. Juicy straight to the backboard, that's a good clear from LW. Maintaining boost straight to the wall. Kurt's going to pop it up, that's a good push from Jonah. That leaves LW, no, Greyman. Oh, he's whiffed it, but Kurt straight in there anyway. Was that a whiff, a tactical whiff, or was that a fake? You'll never know, it's down to him to answer that after the game. But that's a great positioning from Kurt to be able to pop it straight over Newton's head. And that takes the Shadows 2-0 with 4:34 to go.
Yeah, if it was a fake, God, was it convincing. If I was that defender, I'm pre-jumping every day of the week, because I'm expecting a touch to come through. And, you know, if it is a little whiff here and there, hey, it happens sometimes. And they had the supporting numbers. That's what matters, to come through and actually squeeze that open net home. As Newton Bomb, with a super heavy clear, it's just going to challenge LW to stretch himself early, as now Kurt has numbers to support. There's the bump from LW, and Greyman just patiently waiting for his turn.
Yeah, you can see LW's keeping close to the ball. Kurt straight to the backboard. Juice he's got a try there, and he's done fantastic. Greyman's got time. Tried taking it to wall, but it's bounced up. It's Juicy with him. Oh, he's whiffed it. Fakes, not mistakes. That's what I call it. Greyman straight in there, but great defending there from Newton. LW straight to the backboard. I don't think Greyman's going to be there, but there's no need for him. LW has got this straight away.
And I think the boost really causing a couple issues here. Juicy had plenty in the tank to make a touch, but his supporting teammates there were really struggling to find any on the pitch, and Shadow's pace proving difficult to work with. As now the Greyman is going to have an awkward touch here, but plows that one in field to LW, who almost makes it 4.
Yeah, Juicy straight, good defending, he takes it straight round, but the Greyman sat there. LW still up there, but no boost. Kurt's going to have to get a good backboard clear on this. Oh, unfortunately, it was off target. Greyman puts it straight in. We've seen so many own goals in all these series, and there's the first for Shadows. That was unfortunate. Kurt just couldn't read it. The grey man comes in, and was that grey man or Kurt? It's hard to see who that was. I believe it was grey man aiming for top bins. That's unfortunate from Shadows, but great attacking play from Royal Navy Hammerheads. Juicy taking a touch, flicks it over to LW. He's got to take it to the side wall. The grey man is there, he's popped it up for Kurt, but LW's followed it up. LW 0 boost, he takes the 100 boost from the corner. Is he going to pop it down? No, grey man take over to Jonah. Oh, they're getting a bit messy in defence. Get your position and be patient, be calm and collected. That's what you need against a team like this. LW's going to pop it over. Kurt's with the bump, taking Juicy to his own corner. Where are you going with Juicy?
LW now to take that ball high. Grey man's there for a quick follow-up. He's opted for the infield pass instead, and Kurt is there to rattle that off the crossbar. Grey man to continue the presence. Is he gotten a touch on that one? It's just about going to sneak its way home. And where was the defence there? I think Jonah got bumped out of net. Wave goodbye.
Yeah, Shadows played that very well. There were 3 people in there at one point, and somehow two of them got bumped out enough. One of them, he had to force a jump, but unfortunately he didn't realise that grey man didn't have boost. Just leaves an open net. It was a well played tactic from Shadows there. Kurt to the backboard, he's going to take it over to the side. We're going to see a redirect. Unfortunately not. Juicy and Newton both forcing a double commit there. LW taking his time, but Juicy straight to the ball. It's a good hit from the grey man to LW there. He can't get over. Grey man's going to he's going to take his time, dribble it down. That's a good 50 from Jonah, but unfortunately straight to Kurt. He's got full boost. Are we going to see a little bit of Mex? No, he pops it up and Juicy takes it out.
2 minutes left now, and Royal Navy Hammerheads are on the attack. Newton Bomb is laying just behind to follow up on the... Oh, there he is. He got really quite eager to make a touch, and he's being punished for it, unfortunately. I was just sort of admiring the patience and the positioning of the Hammerheads there, but I think they know that they're down by quite some margin and they have to throw everything at it, so who can really blame them?
No, that was good speed from Grey man, to be honest. And for LW to cut across, hit the ball at the corner and take the pass in for Kurt, that's just team play. It's good comms, and it clearly works, and that takes the lead over to 5-1. And that's Kurt popping it up. All 3 of Shadows full boost. Hammerheads struggling to find a bit of boost. We've got Newton at the back he's managed to pick up the big pads. We've got LW popping it up. Juicy's going to challenge this, and it's a good challenge to stop the air dribble. Grey man, Newton straight in there for the 50, but unfortunately it's just wide with Kurt on the ball. A flick over Juicy. He's going to take it to the corner. Who's in the middle?
That time around, Grey man with an unfortunate pinch all the way back, and Juicy is in so quickly to the play. Jonah now pushing that to the left-hand side, and I'm beginning to really see the value in this composition of Royal Navy Hammerheads. I was just going to speak on how quick they can get themselves into the play, but this time Grey man up. What a pre-jump touch from LW underneath the crossbar, and goal of the series for me.
Yeah, I nearly fell out of my chair, I'm not going to lie. Was not expecting that. Seeing LW jump up, and the touchdown was fantastic, to be honest. But I think that's going to be it for we've got the Brazil. 54 seconds with a 6-goal lead. I think Hammerheads need to just take a break, realise what's going wrong. Boost issues being a little bit of an issue, and the double commits are not helping. However, they are playing very well, and we've seen in the first game they're able to switch it up, and I do think they're gonna switch it up again.
Newton Bomb needs to get up quickly here, and has done so. And so often as he being the front man charge, I think, for this Royal Navy side, I'm seeing him dive left, right and centre to keep the attack going, but Jonah's in quickly as well. They're throwing everything, and the kitchen sink towards the players. LW has learned from that previous pre-jump, but wants another one. Grey man up, and they're seriously showing a bit of flair and, just running with the wind at the moment.
Yeah, I think going back to the start, when we were on about a star player, LW is on fire, and he's up again, straight to backboard. Grey man for the hit. Unfortunately, couldn't get it. LW is going to have to rotate back for boost now. Kurt's playing as third man. He's going to try and jump over. Jonah gets to go clear. They've got a bit of time, but the grey man tries to cut in that out. Now it's a 2v1. LW's got full boost. Kurt comes in, and that is game 7-1 to Shadows. Absolutely fantastic from LW. And we'll look at the score there. 853.6 shots on target. 5 goals from LW. That, what can you say?
It's 100% shot conversion. At the end of the day, that is a rare thing. And I think we saw one cheeky own goal. I'm not sure if it was this game or the previous.
No, it was this game, yeah.
As well. Do you know which one put it in? Because I can't actually remember. I'm thinking if LW maybe actually had a few more goals to add to the
I don't know if it was the grey man hitting it onto Kurt's car or it just went straight in.
It wasn't LW. Shame.
Yeah.
That could have been an incredible statistic, honestly. But nonetheless, Shadows are in full form right now, and they need one more game to make this one a sweep, which is an incredible recovery from 6 back-to-back losses on the trot in games, and that is a difficult thing to deal with. But nonetheless, we're going to be heading back into game number 3. Royal Navy Hammerheads want to make a difference.
And that's Newton straight up on the attack. LW is going to take his time. 80 boost. That's a good hit to the sideboard. That's Jonah committed at third man. Newton's back, but no boost. That's backboard for Great Man. Kurt's going to be there. He hits it a little bit too high. LW's rotating. Now that's a free shot from the Great Man. That's a good save from Newton. He did really well to get to that. Great Man's rotated back to mid boost. LW pops it in. He's straight off the sidewall. That's a double commit from Shadows. They need to be careful here. But Jonah's took his time. He should have maybe been a little bit quicker on that. Shadows have managed to get back.
Not a brilliant touch from Kurt. It could have caused a bit of danger as Juicy was there to follow through with a shot towards the target. Newton bomb with a bump and a bit of disruption. Steals the mid boost as well, and it's such a valuable fight to win for the sake of your aggression forwards. Missed out on the touch though. The final missing piece to the puzzle. Unfortunately, it didn't connect.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, and that is fantastic play from LW. Popped it up, went to go for the little bit of a ground pinch there, didn't get it, but knew Kurt was on his left, passes it straight to Kurt. Kurt shoots top right between Newton and Juicy. Again, it's unselfish play. That was perfect from LW, and not taking away the perfect shot from Kurt himself.
Kurt himself again with a banger downfield to just get the attack rolling nice and quickly. I think they're going to be playing can we beat the last scoreline as opposed to can we win the series. That's probably how confident they are at the moment, and maybe taking a leap out of the British Army Falcons roster earlier on. We saw them get massive heights, 10 goals to the good, 2 games in a row. Crazy stuff from themselves, and Shadows look to be finding a similar sort of pace.
Yeah, I think without Hammerheads are playing though, we're seeing a little bit more aggressiveness this game, and it's keeping the scoreline down. 3 minutes 19, it's 1-0. By this time last game, I think it was about 3-0. So they're doing really well when it comes to switching it up from defending and attacking. I've seen Jonah there try and go for a bump and then potentially a boost stab, but couldn't get it. LW loves these pinches there. Greyman's going to drop it down. Kurt's going to be there for the 50. It was unfortunate. Greyman couldn't just reach out, but LW was up. LW with a side read. Newton and Juicy both a little bit close to each other. Jonah was in a good spot covering the back post. Juicy has to chase it up and try and clear it out for his team.
Great man to touch the ball underneath. Jonah's in a really good position to defend this ball, but he's going to push it across net. Newton Bomb reacted to the threat expertly with that dive across, and he's going to be there in field with no boost to make sure the play is still alive for them. But Jonah with a whiff to come through. Slight bits of panic when they get that touch themselves and they've got the free space. It seems that when they're on defence, everything is working in their favour, but when the attack and push comes to shove, there's no final touch for this Hammerheads roster.
No, 100%. It's just lacking that, the simple shots or the power shots. It's unfortunate, but it's something that Hammerheads is going to have to learn on. But this is an individual. This is individually needed. The Grey Mount missed out on the touch there. LW is going to have to force that with Jonah. Juicy's up. Juicy's got the 1v1. Unfortunately, he just jumps over it. That's Logan straight over to Kurt. It's the duo team themselves. Oh. That's a beautiful save to the backboard, but Greyman was there to cover it up. That was a fantastic save by Newton. That's just unfortunate because Greyman, he was just there. He's always there. You can't stop him.
The omnipresent Grey Man. I'll tell you what, there's one thing that never ages, and it's his play on the pitch. I know he calls himself the Grey Man, and it's probably a nod to his glorious locks, but I don't think it needs to be said, but he is just an incredible figure on the pitch for this Shadows side. There we go again with a beautiful set of touches off of the wall. LW going for a free jump once again. We're seeing him in the air more than he is on the floor at the moment. I think the ball chasing statistics are going to be one of a kind.
Yeah, I think between the RF Shadows, they've got a solid team here. It's unfortunate not to be able to see Daramas thrown in the mix and then see how that impacts them or what could have been the positives from that. But at the moment, these three are just unreal. That's a good flick from the Grey Man straight to Kurt. Oh, if he'd missed that, I'd be shouting that. Love a bit of an open net miss. But no, they're working so well together. Kurt and Logan, especially with the passing plays, it's just they know where each other are going to be, and you can clearly see this is a team that's been playing with each other for quite a long time.
Yeah, they just gel and everything seems to click for them, but they want more than just this one series. They want something more from this Interservices, I think it's fair to say. Of course they're going to be qualifying through to tomorrow's double elimination bracket, no matter what. This is not an elimination phase of the play. These games are just to outline the seeding for tomorrow's elimination, and that can be oh so important. If you're sat in 8th position come tomorrow, you've possibly got the likes of RF Storm Shadows straight up. You've possibly got the likes of the Falcons straight up. And I think in this competition, that mid-pack is so flexible. Between even 3rd and maybe stretching all the way down to 7th on the leaderboard, you could expect to see massive upsets. And I think for Tempest, they've got to get every game they can take.
No, I agree. I think everyone knows the favourites are there between Storm Shadows and Falcons. We've competed enough now to know that they are the two best teams. Like you said though, between second and last, there's no like standout teams, and Kestrels are playing when they're on form. They can do amazingly, but Tempest are the same. Shadows are just as good. It's a hard one to say, so it's going to be good to see tomorrow. But the LW he is being a star man currently, and that's a good pressure from Kurt to force a 50. He had 0 boost and it worked out in their favour, dropping straight to LW, and it's just a simple hit the ball as hard as you can and it's in the net.
And I'm going to make the nichest reference that's ever been said on a RF Storm Shadows broadcast, that's for sure. The little cow topper from LW is a bizarre choice, and there was one player called Matty Moo, who I think is SSL ranked at the moment, has played every single game since he first started playing in 2015 with that topper. So it's a wonderful homage that he doesn't even realise he's making, because Kurt is going to squeeze in a 6th, and they just need one more to make that Brazil happen.
Well, I think this would be, we need to get the stats up, I think this would be the third Brazil of the day potentially. Are we going to see it? There's 7 seconds. All Shadows need is a kickoff goal. If I was Hammerheads, I'd be sitting on that line. But Greyman goes for the 50. Kurt pops it up. Is he going to drop down? Yeah, and it has dropped down. That's RAF Shadows are the series winner. Absolute sweep, but Hammerheads, God, they held their own in defence. Newton with that fantastic save. I'd be watching that back and clipping that, because that was an unreal save.
Oh yeah, and it's just when you enter competitions like this for the first time, the nerves are against you, the crowd is possibly against you, everything is almost against you, and yet they're able to deliver a performance like that from the ranks we know they are. That is a truly impressive feat, and we cannot sort of say that enough, I don't think. Massive credit to the Hammerheads for delivering such a performance. And it's also just thinking about the nature of the roster. You've got Jonah, who I think was lunging forward a lot with those early challenges trying to disrupt. You had the likes of Newton, very reliable 3rd man. And you had the dynamic of almost a pro team, where you've got those different roles fully organised within a roster, and those strengths sort of solidified. So yeah, brilliant performance, I think.
Yeah, no, well done to both teams. I think both teams should be proud, and like you said, it's just learning to play together and just being a little bit quicker, and I think Shadows outpaced them, and they was clearing the gaps as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's a fantastic series to watch, and there is going to be plenty more action on today. That just about wraps up the round 3 match for this series. We're going to be moving on to round number 4, and we'll be with you after a short break.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
BFBS forces moves join KFOL patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, try and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
The heart of Livingston Parade Square, the King Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be played.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
Good morning. We are almost at the time to take a nice little break for lunch, but before we get to that point, we are back for one more series. It is an all RAF derby this time between the RAF Shadows and the RAF Tempest. Joining me in the commentary box, well, you've seen him all day. He is a delight to work with. Once again, it's Psycho. How are you, brother?
I'm doing fantastic still. It's brilliant to be here. And yeah, the tournament's shaping up really, really nicely. And we're starting to see some of those storylines emerge nice and quickly. And we haven't even got to the real juicy games just yet.
Oh, and actually one of them is happening off stream right now. The Falcons and the Storm Shadows are meeting off stream currently. I wonder how that one's going on. We'll see if we can give you some live updates. But speaking of the standings right now as it stands for the round robin stage, I believe our lovely producer has something to show you guys. And it is a beautifully crafted graphic, by the way. Great work, Jonah. And you can see currently how the round robin stands at the moment. Now, this is after round 3. And Psycho, you can see there's some clear favourites emerging, but other than the Storm Shadows and Falcons, which are expected top 2 seeds, 3 to 8 is very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. And I was saying it to Fezzi as well in the last time that we had this up. That mid-pack is so difficult to determine. I think anywhere from 3 all the way 2 to 6 is just an absolute bloodbath, and there is expected to be upsets left, right and centre, and like you can see, there is a 2-1 scoreline for the Kestrels emerging themselves as a comfortable 3rd seed at the moment, 4th seed being their original placement coming into this group stage, but they are technically 3rd on paper at the moment.
Yeah, and fair play to them. They've been excellent and actually took a game off of the Falcons in that first series of the day. That could have gone differently had they maintained the momentum. Of course, Falcons showing their powers of recovery that we've come to know and expect from them. But yes, an interesting affair, and it's all starting to come together. As you said, the storylines are building for, of course, the big finale tomorrow in a double elimination bracket. But the game at hand is the RAF Shadows versus the RAF Tempest, who, by the way, the Tempest had just been defeated by the Storm Shadows 3-0. But apparently, the games between those two teams were pretty close. Now, given that the Tempest have lost to the Shadows, to the Orcas. No, they beat the Orcas, but then lost to the Army 13, the Merlins.
Yeah.
This shows you that Rocket League is a very finicky game. Like, you never know what can happen. And that is a prime example of we can play really bad against a team that technically we should be competing with, but play really good and stay close to a team that on paper we're nowhere near.
Absolutely. And this is going to be an interesting matchup as well, of course. RAF Shadows, RAF Tempest, both of which sort of have had their little bids to sort of see who's going to come out on top within the RAF rankings that you've got. Plenty of matchups of that kind in history, Stel. Where do you see this one going?
Well, it is going to be the Vulcan, well, the Tempest, who are technically the Vulcans playing under the Tempest banner against the Shadows. I don't know, because there's some really good players on either side of the stage here. Now, knowing both these teams, both these sets of players, it is going to be simply about who performs better, who starts off better. Because once we see who starts off with more momentum, I think that's going to be the key here. Momentum. Shadows come off of a good win against the Hammerheads, strong 3-0, but it was the expected result, of course. Can they continue that result? Can they continue that momentum? And it's all about, for me, in the start. On the other side of the pitch, the Tempests, well, peakable players, I call them. They all individually have some very peak moments and are very skilled. Can they deliver as a team? They showed against the Orcas, but I did think they showed signs of weakness with putting it all together. So I'm going to say this will be a narrow Shadows win.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tight. And looking at the group stage at the moment, they're actually identical. 1 win, 2 losses for each of the sides, and a -3 game difference. So, I mean, on paper, they are literally the same. So we don't even have statistics to go off of, really. So we're kind of just stuck, waiting for the game to start and see who gets that early momentum. And it has been so crucial for a lot of teams today. But also, it's been spun the other way around. Sometimes, you know, if an underdog takes that first game, it's just a kick to the hornet's nest. And we saw that with Kestrels and Falcons. Big time.
That was ruthless.
Absolutely brutal, right? The first game, Kestrels looked incredible. I think they took the game with maybe 3 goals to themselves. Fast forward to the next game, 2-goal lead established. Bang! Lost 9-2. I'm thinking, what is going on here? Absolute shock.
That was scary, to be honest. And it wasn't that wasn't even the only double-digit scoreline in that game, in that series as well. They've done it again the following, and I mean, that was pretty scary. And again, just goes to show you, it doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what team, what seeding you are. You can win a series just as easy as you can lose it. You can drop a game to teams that you're not expecting to drop a game to, and that has like follow-on effects. Like, oh well, Storm Shadows have just had close games against Tempest, who then lost to the BAE Merlins. If you're not strong in the head, that can mess with the player. But you'd like to think that at this level, with some of the experience levels that are on display, that shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't. But at the same time, it is. And one thing with the Shadows as well, don't forget, is that they have a 4-man roster present at this event. And we haven't seen Domus much today. I wonder if he will be stepping in. Of course, the decision lies with Captain Kurt, who has notoriously managed that roster so well over the years. I mean, it's crazy that we're seeing this roster in its current shape still after 2.5, 3 years of playing together. It brings a tear to my eye sometimes, you know.
Oh, it is a really special thing, and I think it deserves to, Stel, because for just generating a team in itself, that's one thing. I mean, anyone can put together a team. I've probably had about 30 in my short-lived career of playing, and I think maybe only a couple of those lasted maybe beyond 6 months.
Don't undersell yourself. I can't have you underselling yourself.
And now, Stel, we put ourselves in the Interservices competition, and some of these players have played together for years at this point. The RF Shadows are, of course, no exception. But I know you speak a lot about momentum. You are especially sort of knowledgeable on this topic as a coach with a degree in psychology, if I'm not mistaken, sports psychology. So you know what you're talking about. When it comes to these two teams, is there any particular player that you might expect to sort of lead these two teams potentially?
Player-wise, as we take another look at the standings, now these are the live standings, which you can see Kestrel's there now in third. I would say on both ends of the pitch, for the Tempest, for example, who currently sit in the 6th seed position, Asher is their standout man. For me, he's their standout player. For me, he's a high peak, high seeding player. Sometimes though, he's in the past struggled at merging with teammates and playing around them, which is why he's an exceptionally good 1v1 player, which we never saw, by the way. He never entered that tournament. I think he would have been in that top 4, personally, if he did. And for Shadows, depending on who they're playing, it's really difficult to say. Doromus, again, high skill ceiling, technically the highest rank on that team, but all of them, at some point in their careers, have seen GC. Steve and Kurt now sit in champ. Logan also has the ability to be in GC, currently sits in champ. I think Doromus is the only one that has been GC2 the past couple of seasons. So I've got to look at him for when it comes to the spark and the mechanics. But in terms of core, solid team play, it's any number of the Shadows that could do it. Any combination of them. They're all well seasoned in playing solid as a team.
Absolutely so. And I think, these two teams are going to understand how each other plays to a T. There's not going to be many questions when it comes to the strategy game. There's not going to be many questions in terms of who is taking a certain approach. They know the approach. They've been scrimming each other behind the scenes, I'm sure. And this is their time to really put it together. Here we see the RAF Shadows lineup on your left. Doromus, a player we haven't seen so far today, and I'm so glad to see that man raring and ready to go as always.
Yes, so he is making the appearance. I think for Steve, the deal in the middle there on the screens at the top, Curtis, the captain, El Capitan. This man, honestly, is a dream to manage. The best captain I think I've ever seen. I think I've ever seen in any of the teams that we have had, and that is of course the Shadow. By the way, the glorious Shadows Unreal Engine 4 render in the background there. My favourite of all the renders that we have.
Oh yeah.
And on the right is Logan. You may know him as LW. You may know him as Death Dark Jr. That is the name he has carried for years now, as he shows his appreciation. I mean, Steve, I think you should get in the frame as well. Why not? Because you've got to show off to Steve. There he is. Steve repping the BFBS Pro League hat, by the way, which I know you'll appreciate, Psycho.
Absolutely, and just in case Carrie is not tabbed in currently, Doromus says I love you. Just wanted to throw that out there. Truly heartwarming stuff. Absolutely love it. I think it's going to get a bit more evil soon in the next 10 minutes or so when we enter the field, especially between these two teams. The RAF Shadows versus the RAF Tempest. I do believe we have a technical difficulty resolved. The players revving up the engines and ready to go, Stel.
Here we go then, it is going to be the RAF Shadows taking on the RAF Tempest. This is the final game before the lunch break, before we return for rounds 5, 6 and 7. I can't believe I've just said that out loud. As immediately the Tempest go for the hunt, trying to read a high shot, put the crossbar down, sealing it down I should say, but no joy there. We're up.
Prof to tip this one high, maybe get a bump on that last defender in LW, but doesn't find any connection. And for the RAF Shadows, they are coming into this match with really high expectations. Each three of the players know exactly to a T what they need to do and what they need to deliver. But RAF Tempest, I think it's fair to say they've been a roster that's been around for less time. You know, they haven't got to grips with each other quite as much as their counterparts.
That's a lovely looping shot by Doromus, and Logan tried to follow in. But you are absolutely right. This is a brand new roster put together just for this event, pretty much. The original players, I think two out of three of these players for the Tempest are do play actually for the RAF Vulcans. It's a bit of a complicated story, which involves deployments and all sorts. But Asher is now part of the new gen Tempest as LW. Logan gives the Shadows an early 1-0 lead. But a lot of the players for the Tempest are splitting and going to different rosters, which you may see in the next season of the 2026 season of Interservices. We have, of course, the infamous, at least for the players, and dreaded for management, roster mania that's going to be happening next year for the RAF, which will see new rosters spawned, teams offered the chance to stick or twist. You know, all sorts are happening. But yes, this is a very put together roster, and they're giving it their best shot, the Tempest, and they've got at least a win on the board already to build off of. And even with the lack of experience together, they show patches of brilliance. They show the right mentality, but it's about getting the results at the end of the day. And they're going to struggle here against the Shadows, I believe, if they can't work together.
Prof with a really nice chip up high, and Asher's going to be there to potentially put a shot towards the target, but I think he just opted to play the ball into open space and just get that rotation flowing. Make sure those players behind can come forwards when he knew he couldn't do too much himself as Prof towards target, blocked away by Kurt, and we're seeing a lot of comfortability at the back for Shadows.
We have a little bit of I say good communication there, because you can quite clearly see Doromus leaving the ball. Logan with insane speed drops it towards the Tempest net, resetted by Doromus. Is there going to be a cut from Shadows? No, there's not. And Kurt takes a nice soft touch just in towards Logan, guides it through as Kurt dummies it for Doromus. Inside now the Shadows defensive third. Logan rises and beats. I believe that was Jonesy, I think. Missed by Doromus, and Kurt will have to challenge it. He does. Looking for a bump. Instead, it's Asher who bumps Logan and going for the hunt, going for the kill on the Shadows' third man. But Prof just didn't put it on net. I think the shot was required there.
I think so too, and maybe just the wrong decision that time around, but it's still a very, very tight affair and very few chances either way. I think it's just a midfield battle. Kurt finally left stranded all alone, but Jonesy went for the selfless play. He played the ball across, didn't come to fruition that time around, as Kurt now infield towards Doromus.
Tell you what, the Tempest have definitely upped their game. They are, again, as I suggested, finding each other a lot more now, and it's given them success. It's given them time and space up the pitch where they want to be, rather than stuck and turning up in their own penalty area. And it's led to a couple of chances and a few sharp cuts, which, had they been a bit more clinical, would have resulted in a goal. Instead, the clock ticks on. That's a horrible looking pitch back towards the Shadows net, but thankfully, it didn't go in as far as the Shadows are concerned. Doromus on the backboard, can actually read. Oh. No, he doesn't, and the follow-up by Doromus, dangerous, but it didn't find the back of the net.
Really awfully close though, as Jonesy's going to try and sweep the ball towards the net. Kurt there to block that touch, and a lovely, lovely soft touch as well from the side of the Shadows. That's a great shot from LW, saved away by Asher as Jonesy steps forward, tries to filter the ball towards the back lines, and Shadows have the numbers advantage again. Plenty of boost too, but Tempest with one final strike to make it one apiece. Glorious finish from Jonesy.
That is a clinical finish. Good play initially by, I think that was Asher, opening up the space from the left, and it went to the right. Jonesy cuts back in, could have easily rotated back. That would have been technically the correct play, but recognised the danger, cuts in, calls it, takes control of the play. 1-1 with a minute in the first game. This is set wonderfully for the final best of 5 before the intermission, shall we say, as we enter the final minute.
AW pushes the ball forwards, it's blocked away really nicely, but Daromas has a look at net. He could even fake it for a teammate, but the demos come through, so that possibility is evaporated as soon as it arrived, and Jonesy was just loosely wasted that ball, but Asher's so quick to react.
Kurt now will have to leave this. Actually does end up going for it in the end. This is a good save. Bit of full side rotating here from the RF Shadows. Maybe not as calm as they were to begin with. Daromas will rise though. Dust his oppo there. Really good, really solid play, and gets the bump. Kurt on rotation, but LW left on his own temporarily. That's a good punt into the box, but Kurt brings it away. What a shot by Curtis as well! And of course it's him. Who else but Curtis, the captain of the Shadows, in the dying embers of game 1. 12 on the clock, and he's put them in a very good position to close this one out. But it won't be over just yet. The Tempest will smell there's something in this game for them still.
Who else would you want to rise to the occasion? Kurt so often is that player in big moments to have big chances go his way. That ball's filtered to Kurt once again. It's victory laps with 1 second remaining. They've gone and extended their lead, much to Tempest's dismay.
That man again, the captain doing the business. 3-1, and there won't be any time at all for the Shadows to, well, concede this and let this lead go. The Tempest instead will have to recover and begin building up their, I guess, momentum and mental for the next series. They started off okay. They took the lead. It was a great goal from Jonesy to get back into the game at 1-1. But then they weren't able to maintain it. They just sort of, the worst thing you can do in any sport that has goals like football or Rocket League is concede after you've just scored. It's such a mental hit to take that if you're not strong enough to recover for it, usually it ends up in just if we're talking of an inverted U, you're sort of on the back end of the U, and yeah, it's not good, not great.
I can just imagine all of the shapes and graphs that you're seeing when you're sleeping at night. Just the little sparks of things that are going to come up to affect your tomorrow's conversations. Of course, Stelios is very.
I see a lot of graphs in my head.
Stelios is very humble about it. Of course, he is a professional coach at the highest level of RFCS. Absolutely brilliant at what he does. Managed to make a wildcard top 8 just last season. So not only is he an asset to the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows community, but also Rocket League at large, and he's influenced many players in such a positive light, including the wonderful Bluvo, who no doubt is watching today.
Bluvo, one of the greatest British players right now in my opinion. So gifted, so good. Keep an eye out as well for Regional 2, for Penalo Driven, that is our team name. If you want to follow along the RSS journey, top 12 in Regional 1, which was a great result for us. Hoping for another, maybe even go one better this time, but that is for another week. That is for 2026, but right now, this is the Interservice 2025 Rocket League Championships. We're in the 3 versus 3. We're in round 4 of day 1, and this round robin so far has been delivering some excellent games. Once more, I want to shout out BFBS Esports, where there's the reason that we're here, and of course Sunderland, and hosting us at this wonderful facility, enabling us with everything that we need to deliver this this fantastic event. And it's just such a unique thing. Like, I don't think in any esport, in the military or outside the military, do you have a blend and a culture like across the 3 services for Interservices. For me, it's such a unique thing.
Oh yeah, and just from the outside stepping in myself, just as a civilian, I can see that this is something truly special, not just within the armed forces communities, but just within Rocket League. It's a rare thing to see people get together and build these relationships and bonds with people that last, you know, the course of time really, as long as they are able to compete and able to play wherever they are, or even if they are on deployment, these connections are kept up. You know, they're good friends on and off the pitch, even within the Shadows and the Tempest that we're seeing in front of us.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Psycho, and that's why we love having you guys on board for the journey. It's a real pleasure. And it's like that you, Jonah, Rob, all have now ties to the military. You've been around the environment a while, so you kind of understand how things work, and it's great. I love what we're building, and long may it continue. Just as the Shadows will hope to continue this good run of theirs so far, coming off of a loss in Orcas against Orcas for their first game of the day, and then beating the Hammerheads, I believe it was, I think then they also won their. I think they're on 2-1 as well, right? I think Shadows. Can't remember.
Yeah, both 1-2, so 1 win apiece and 2 losses.
That's
apiece,
it.
I believe, up until this point. -3 in the game diff for each of them, so it's really even.
This is quite an important game in the grand scheme of things then for both of these two sides in terms of seeding. Noting that they both, I believe, still have to play the Falcons, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is the case. I could be wrong. Which, and I think, no, Tempest have played Storm Shadows. So yeah, it is beginning to shape up. And that's a slight error. Hurt pouncing on it. The save at the near post was made. So rising high and tipping away to his right-hand side. The pinch, I think that was LW with that pinch. And Prof will try to bring it away, but you can see they're being starved. They're being suffocated. But Asher eventually releases the pressure. Still 0-0 here inside the final 2.
Almost to drop down from the ceiling to block that ball away, but it's a lovely clear from Doromus, who's found himself some freedom, taps it across to the left, and unfortunately that shot just was not placed with power, and the defense were allowed time to scramble, and Shadows are having to fight for their return downfield. Here comes Doromus again. That man bashes it to the backboard into the top right-hand corner and made amends for previous mistakes, and what a way to do it.
Yep, followed his touch onto the backboard, knew that that would be awkward for Tempest to defend. And the Shadows, well, they take advantage of it. It's 1-0, 1:20 to play. And I will say, yesterday, off stream, away from prying eyes, there was a token match between these two sides where the Vulcans had challenged, obviously Vulcans playing under the Tempest banner, had challenged Shadows for the second position as that one whistles past the post. And it was the Vulcans who, again, took it to a game 7, as they are best of 7 token matches. But the Shadows came on top, and that's a wonderful Coxier pinch. But the scenes in the gaming room last night, when the Shadows came through and retained their second spot in the RAF rankings, oh my god, you wouldn't believe it. You would not believe it. It was a right ruckus in there. Doromus was getting picked up by Steve. You know, it was mad, and they're delivering again on that. It's just as close. Nothing's changed since yesterday. However, the only other variable is that Asher now plays for this team instead of Bale, who is part of the Vulcans, well, Tempest side for this tournament that couldn't travel to the event, which is who was Asher subbing in for. So there's drama, there's history between these two sides, even though Tempest are technically quite a new roster. It just goes to show you the depth that RAF Rocket League has, as Logan almost puts that one away for 2. And this game has whizzed on by, final 10, and the Shadows are looking good for a second game.
And that could be a chance for Doromus to strike that to the bottom right-hand corner as well. It's 2 to the good for the Welshman, and it's a lovely bit of placement, albeit the power wasn't even required. Groff just caught off guard, going for the squishy save, and who can blame him? 3 seconds to go, this game's done and dusted.
Indeed, they will kick off, but it is nothing more than a ceremonial kick off at this point, because that ball will touch the floor. There won't be a goal scored for the Tempest, and the Shadows, yet again, with 3 match points to work with, 3 series points to work with, I should say, as they look to end their morning round-robin run with a victory. And, well, it is looking likely at this point that we've seen glimpses from the Tempest, we've seen elements of pressure, but they haven't been able to make a sustained series of chances in that last game. They did it well in game 1, I thought, and they got their reward, but I think it's just been a little bit too hesitant from them in game 2.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and I also think it's just the sustained pressure that they're lacking. They have glimpses, like you mentioned. I don't think they have it for sustained lengths of time, and that's the concerning part for me. I think they just need to up the creativity a little bit, go for a couple more bumps, demos, disruptions, boost steals, whatever, you name it, but also make sure that third man is there to just recycle the ball once that rotation is up and make sure the numbers are there. At the moment, Jonesy's going to pick up this touch and almost get it over that first defender.
Yeah, first goal in this game is going to be vital. You feel that if it goes the way of the Shadows, it's going to be a straight-on series for them now, as it does go Logan's way. And you could see him just sniffing the danger, poaching, looking for any kind of hesitation or mistake. Recognise that Jonesy had limited boost, and actually Doromus gambled as well. That was actually quite a risky play from them. But it shows you that when there's confidence coursing through their veins, they're going to take those risks. They're going to take a little bit more like space in their offensive third to try and just put off the Tempest as much as possible. And now the onus on the Tempest, they've got to come through here. They've got to find something they haven't quite shown yet to get themselves back into this one.
Kurt with 100 boost is going to be next up in line, but he's just taking his time at the back. They've got the 1 goal advantage and might just be thinking, right, that's it, just park the bus already. It's only 4 minutes to wait. What can possibly go wrong, as LW is going to shy away from that challenge as well. The Roma's getting harassed at the front post. It's great thinking from Tempest to get the bumps running, but they escaped without any danger, just by the skin of their teeth there.
That one is looming dangerously above the Tempest dead again. They do enough to get it away. That's a good shot as well. Finds the far post. And that man again, Kurt, Captain Shadows. He's been doing it for so many years, and he continues to deliver on the big stage for them. A notable result in the history of the Shadows was this year in April, where they qualified for Germany for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Going on to make a good result there as well, as far as their standings are concerned. And he led that team. He managed them for that tournament to qualify in such a fashion where they all rotated with enough time to stay fresh and upset the Tempest. A different Tempest roster. The names Keanu, G-Wood and Subi might ring a bell or two, and Samez. Well, I mean, that just tells you what they can do. On their day, they can beat absolutely anybody. And it's the reverse now for the Tempest roster. I mean, the name Tempest will be feeling this result. That's a lovely pass. That's a sort of saved by Logan, and when they do build, when they do get chances on the ball, they just can't convert.
Tempest a cross-map free jumper to try and find a first. Prof towards the net, just prodding the ball towards the keeper to try and stretch them thin as that ball ricochets off the corner. Just dangerously poised, but Deromus, or LW rather, that time around to make a big clearance. Tempest once again trying to just resuscitate themselves at the moment, break this deadlock where they've gone such a length of time without scoring, without getting a number on the board, and the woes are just going to continue.
Shadows looking almightily relaxed there on that left-hand side of your screens. 3-0 to the good now, and you have to say it's their series to lose. And if it was to go wrong from here, you would begin to question their result, but I just can't see it happening. Unless, of course, there is a drastic change and up in the level that the Tempest are currently performing at. They just can't get out their own penalty area right now. They need to find something, a big clear, boost, pads, a communication line. Anything will help them at this rate. As Jonesy comes down the right. Beat one. There is a shot from Asher. Can Jonesy find a bump? He does find the bump. The shot was intercepted first by Curtis, and now Doremus fires it home into the empty net. Actually, what a save by Asher. He came across at the near post, took the risk, and it paid off. 3-0 the scoreline remains.
Great ceiling pinch to the left-hand side as well, and it's going to be Jonesy. Excuse me, that's a cheeky hiccup. It's been a while since I've done that. Oh, Stelios. You know about my chronic hiccups all too well.
Well,
that's
I literally did it.
the first time I've actually had one on a broadcast.
At least you didn't lose your voice, and you like your whole voice just lagged for like 5 seconds, like me in that first second series of the day. So it happens, right?
It happens.
Still funny though.
It is great.
Oh god. Right. 3. Oh no.
Oh, Jonesy. Hello. We've missed you. Where have you been?
I didn't. I was about to make a commentary about the scoreline still being 3-0, and as I've looked up at the scoreboard at the top of my screen here in the broadcast suite, I've just seen the ball sailing past me into the back of the net, and I just stopped myself my tracks. I mean, it's a lifeline now for the Tempest. It's a lifeline, but with not a lot of time on the clock, they've really got to make the most of the little momentum they would have gained from this. Sasha plays it back towards the car of Jonesy. A little bit awkward. And again, it's going to result in a pretty open net, but Jonesy cuts across a double commit again. And they just can't find rhythm, I think. They're struggling to find their rhythm. They need to communicate more. They need to have authority in their voices when they are communicating to stop the double commits. If they can do that, this team goes up at least 2 or 3 levels. But at the moment, it seems to be their downfall.
Maybe so, and Ash is going to poke this one. Almost a lovely redirect, and Tempest are still going to give it absolutely everything. They're playing a really high line at the moment, much different to what we've seen all series long. They are desperate to find that goal as Prof unfortunately side flips out the way of quite a clear open opportunity. And he's certainly a capable player. Had the pleasure of playing with him in the RAF 2v2 random roster community tournament actually, and he was an absolute asset to our team when I was not having the best of days. But here he is again to try and filter forwards. Jonesy now on the attack, but Deromus is there.
We should totally do that again. That was an excellent idea, and I think it really went well. I think we should definitely plan another one of those. So stay tuned for that. Whilst we cook that one up in the background, maybe do it alongside the FPS. Who knows? As the Tempest, sorry, look to fire one last attempt at the Shadows net, but it's too little, too late from them now. It's the Shadows full control of the series, full control of their own destiny here, as they end the morning session before we go for a break at 2-2, and the Tempest will go 1-3 in for the remainder of the round robin. A good game for both sides, another entertaining affair as the Shadows come out victorious.
And it's an enormous win in the grand scheme of things, Stelios, because we have to consider both Shadows and Tempest sitting in that mid-pack. And being on top of the seeding game can be so important moving forwards to Double Elim tomorrow. As I was saying earlier, the likes of the Storm Shadows, the likes of the Falcons are looming at the top of the bracket, almost definitely from what we expect and what they've delivered so far. You don't want to be caught out facing them early on, and even just progressing forward as maybe a 4th seed as opposed to a 6th. Those small changes can make a massive difference.
It's all shaping up. The storylines continue to build. The tension will slowly gather until the double elimination starts and concludes tomorrow. We're expecting an almighty atmosphere in that room for whatever two teams are fortunate enough to grace the Interservice stage for the final time tomorrow evening. So keep staying tuned and follow the action live as it comes to you from Sunderland. But for now, we are going to head for our lunch break for all the players and staff involved. So we'll see you at roughly 2 o'clock. Take care.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now.